And good morning. Welcome to the Sheridan here in downtown Birmingham, the site of the 2022 Southwestern Athletic Conference Kickoff Media Day. And it's the 2023 season is here. It is upon us. And, we're just days away, just a few weeks away, I should say, from the kickoff of the first game, which will be the MEAC SWAC Challenge. There you see all the signage and the wraps around the Sheridan here in downtown. They've done a wonderful job in welcoming everyone here to the conference. And, of course, you see people lining up, getting ready to come on into Media Day. And on the stage right now, of course, we got the commissioner, and there's the set. There is the trophy will be seen, and all the teams represented here today at the Southwestern Athletic Conference Media Day. Hi, everybody. Santoria Black along with Tolly, Carr, and Charles Bishop joining us here today. And, of course, Tolly, this is a huge year. We've got a lot of changes, 4 new coaches, post-Dion. There's a lot of storylines here.
There is, but first of all, good to see you
good
again,
to see
brother.
You.
Always good to work with you. We got a simulcast today on the SWAC Digital Network and HBCU Game Day. You're making your game day debut.
I'm honored.
I hope our subscriber rate is just going up by every word that you say now that we're blessed.
Hopefully it doesn't go down.
With Santoria. But seriously, it is quite a year. The last couple years have been it's been a walking reality show with having Coach Sanders at Jackson State. He's moved on, but we still have quality players, quality coaches here. If you look at the SWAC West from last year, man, that thing came down to the final.
It did.
the
right
final
down to the
game,
wire.
the final week. So I expect to see that level of excitement again here in the SWAC. I have papers everywhere. We have a lot to talk about.
Just everything.
Man, this is the best time of the year right now.
Absolutely, and we're going to bring in the third man of our team today, Charles Bishop. Charles, of course, another great year coming up here in the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Yeah, another exciting year. Looking forward to it. And as you guys mentioned, this conference is chock full of talented players. And, of course, the number one all of FCS football. You're talking about a fan base that loves this SWAC football. Looking forward to this very exciting season.
Absolutely, and, of course, it's always great coming here to Birmingham. This is where it all kicks off here. And, this is the sign where, there's not much time for coaches and players to take any vacations. Usually about another few days, and then people get ready for camp.
Yeah, this is the last little level of camaraderie. Things will start to ratchet up a little bit. We'll have that friendly tension, little trash talk amongst fans. Maybe coaches don't hang out and as chummy as they are during the summer. All the golf is definitely over. So, America, we are ready for SWAC football. Santoria, we got some preseason awards. That's the benchmark, right?
Absolutely.
It's based upon what people expect to see. And from the offensive and defensive side, we have some familiar faces. They're expecting to have some big years.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the actual preseason order finish and how the teams look in the East and in the West of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And when you start looking at this, starting with the Eastern side, Jackson State was the king of the mountain. Florida A&M starts this year.
Well, look, Jackson State, they were the team last year. Top defense, top offense. It's hard to argue against them falling completely off the mountain. But FAMU, they won 9 games in a row after losing to University of North Carolina and Jackson State to start the year. So you look at FAMU and you've got to say to yourself, that is a team to beat this year in the SWAC. So we do have the predicted order of finish. Let's take a look and see what the voters had to say. Santoria, I think we'll start off in the East and take a look at that predicted order of finish here in the SWAC.
All right, I'm trying to find the graphic here for you, but we know that Florida A&M is on top of the mountain. They're going to be they're going to be a big team. Willie Simmons, head coach there. One of the biggest things here is that Coach Simmons, of course, Florida A&M went through a little bit of issue coming into this season just before starting here at Media Day. But when you start looking at overall, Florida A&M is going to be that team. And then, of course, you got to look at Jackson State and what they're going to be doing as well as the number 2 team.
Yeah, and, is there going to be a fight from the middle of the pack? You look at Alabama State, you look at Alabama A&M. Are those guys going to be able to get over the hump? Alabama State is a team that is heavy on defense. They have a really strong quarterback. Trying to get over injuries, both with their top defensive player as well, with Bubba there. Outstanding player. He's been fighting through some injuries. Alabama A&M was trying to find their quarterback last year. I think late they did find that. So, you look at Jackson and FAMU at the top on the east side, but right there in the middle some schools trying to fight their way up.
Yeah, Alabama State coming in number 3, Alabama A&M number 4, Valley number 5, and Bethune-Cookman number 6. Both Valley and Bethune-Cookman new coaches this year.
Yeah, and so you have to really just throw out what you saw last year because new coaches, different philosophies. They bring new players in. Bethune-Cookman, we know, is going to have a brand-new quarterback. Jalen Jones is out. I think he's at the University of Charlotte, UNC Charlotte now, so they're going to have some new faces there in Daytona Beach. So you don't know, what we're going to see, and that works to their advantage early on because last year's tape,
doesn't matter at this point.
Doesn't matter what Jalen Jones was running around doing last year. He's not going to be there this year. So a little element of surprise, at least early on.
Yeah.
You got to use that leverage and work it to your favor.
And you look at the West, you got Southern University is picked to finish first, Alcorn 2, Texas Southern 3, Grambling 4, Prairie View 5, and Arkansas Pine Bluff 6. We know Arkansas Pine Bluff with a new coach this year. Everybody else will retain their coach. And I think a lot is being expected of the Grambling Tigers this year under second-year head coach Hugh Jackson.
Hey, there's a lot of expectations when Hugh Jackson is your head coach. He has that pedigree. People are expecting to see, hey, this guy was coaching in the NFL. He made some things work there. They want to see that at Grambling. You know that better than anyone else. And when you look at that Grambling defense, you guys have
Sunday at
the man.
Yeah, absolutely.
The man.
He is awesome. Now, Charles Bishop, the third man of our team. Charles, when you take a look at this predicted order of finish, Florida A&M, top of the East, and I don't think that's a surprise, especially after the departure of Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, and the number 2 in the East. And then, of course, no surprise with Southern, number 1 in the West.
Not really any surprise with regards to FAMU coming in at number 1, but if you ask Jackson State fans, they'll tell you in a heartbeat, you mean we've won 19 in a row and we're coming in 2? But as you look with Jackson State, over 70 new players in on that roster. So obviously a lot of change over there in the SWAC East. And then you guys talk about the SWAC West. That division came down to the last 2 weeks of the season. Loss with Prairie View to Mississippi Valley. Then you also have Texas Southern falling there at the end. And Southern was able to maneuver their way into the SWAC championship game. So it's going to be a dogfight over there in the West.
Absolutely.
Guys, Charles, you can chime in on this as well. Texas Southern was gained the momentum. They were right there. But Alcorn at number 2 over Texas Southern. If you're a Texas Southern fan, you know about the Houston area,
yes.
Charles.
Yes, indeed.
What are those Tigers feeling down there in Houston?
This is the year for Texas Southern. If you ask the Texas Southern fan, they feel as though this team has matured. When you take a look when Coach McKinney came in a few years ago, he brought in a bunch of freshmen. They are now, it is their time, if you will. So a lot of excitement around the Third Ward area for this Texas Southern University football team.
You know, the other thing that is really interesting about this is that how much excitement there was last year during that Texas Southern and Jackson State game. Jackson comes in, Texas Southern wins that game. Things may be a little bit different overall in the West. They lose that game, but they were really a hot team at one point in the year.
You remember the last game of the year for Texas Southern, Alabama A&M. It was, I mean, you got people running down the field like, oh, they're in it, touchdown. Oh, wait, fumble. I don't have a dog in the fight in any game, and I was at the SWAC volleyball championship watching that upstairs in the Texas Southern gym. I about had a heart attack watching the end of that game, man.
Absolutely. And so, you know, look, it's going to be really exciting this year, I think, on both sides of the conference. And, you know, a lot of great games. And we'll be talking about some of the big games that will be coming up this year. But we've got to get to the preseason all-conference honors. And first of all, you start taking a look at your preseason all-conference offensive and defensive players. First of all, on offense, I don't think there's any question here. Jeremy Musa from Florida A&M.
Yeah, he is the de facto #1 QB heading into the season. Shedeur Sanders transfers out. He's now at Colorado, so he's not back. Jeremy Musa was the #2 quarterback last year, so naturally people are looking for him to be the top signal caller. Really had a great year last year, threw for averaging 248 yards per game, had 21 touchdowns, looked really good in that Carolina game. They lost to Jackson State, but then ran off 9 games in a row after that.
Let's take a look at the All-SWAC first team offensive honors. Jeremy Musa, of course, from Florida A&M. Running back, Jovion Howard from Alcorn. Donovan Eaglin from Alabama A&M. Man, he is a dynamic player.
I mean, those two running backs, it doesn't get any better than that. I don't care what conference you're talking about. Those two guys can get it done.
on the offensive line got to have the buffet busters up front in order to make sure that they can that the quarterback and running backs can go.
It did not take you long. That is your favorite line, buffet busters.
That's it.
That's a group right there. You got Goss, Williams, Reddy, A&M, Alabama A&M, Alcorn State. We got some more offensive linemen as we look at the first team continues. Cameron Coven from A&M, TJ Yarborough from Alcorn State, and then out on the edge, the wide receivers. You got Sherrard there from FAMU. Look, FAMU has been wide receiver the last couple of years. You got Xavier Smith. He's making his shot at the NFL this year. You got Derek Morton there for Texas Southern. We talked about that team. Tight end often can be underrated.
Oh, man.
If you think your tight end's just the blocking guy, hey, DJ Stevens, he has hands and he has feet.
Absolutely. And, look, one of the things I want to mention, one of those offensive linemen, TJ Yarborough, he has got some tremendous skills. Good footwork, really good with his hands, moves well, can pull, really great work. Charles, you look at this first team on offense, really some great talent.
A lot of great talent. This could be the year of the running back in the SWAC. When you talk about Jarvin Howard, Donovan Eaglin, Prairie View has a couple of running backs. Ahmad Antoine represented here, but they also have a transfer from Mississippi Valley, Caleb Johnson, that's come in. So a lot of great running backs in this league. This could be the year of the running back.
Hey, talk about DJ Stevens real quick. You watch Jackson State a lot, obviously, your work with the pregame show. Stevens, man, he's a stud.
DJ Stevens is a matchup nightmare. You talk about a young man who can line up in the slot and can challenge safeties. Linebackers have a tough time staying with him, and then he has great hands. He is a legitimate pro prospect.
All right, of course, we will have our first coach coming up here in just a little bit from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Alonzo Hampton will be coming up in about another 3 or 4 minutes, so we'll be getting him. But I want to get to the first team all-conference on defense. Sunday Anderson, of course, Player of the Year preseason for Grambling State University.
Yeah, he's a guy. He's on the top 1,000 list for the East-West All-Star game, the Shrine game there. I'm not gonna take the time because you know him better than anybody. He is a beast.
Oh, there's no question. When you look at Anderson, one of the things that he did when Coach Jackson came in is Coach Jackson says, hey, we want to make sure that we get you where you need to go. We want to make sure that you're not only balanced in the classroom and on the field as well. Is a very good – he took some time in the summer during Coach Jackson's first year in that summer, was really wanted to concentrate on his academics, got where he needed to be, and really not only got where he needed to be but excelled. And so I think Sunday Anderson is really going to be one of those guys you're going to look at the end of the year as one of the top defensive players. And then, of course, now we look at that first team defense, of course, defensive lineman, Malachi Bailey from Alcorn State, Sunday Anderson from Grambling, Taj Brown from Southern. He was really a beast last year.
Yeah, you got Zarion Hayes there for Alabama A&M, Colton Adams, Bubba from Alabama State. He's been an impact player from the moment he stepped foot in the SWAC. You got Lewis Matthews there, a linebacker as well. Grambling State, look, big expectations on that Grambling defense there.
Absolutely.
Isaiah Major, another linebacker from FAMU. Omari Hill Robinson from Bethune-Cookman. He had 4 picks last year, if I'm not mistaken. Javon Morgan, FAMU. You got Jordan Carter representing Southern, and Kendall Bowler. Look, we talk about that FAMU offense. That defense is well represented on that all-defensive team as well.
Yeah, when you look at that defensive backfield with Javon Morgan and Kendall Bowler, throwing on them is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, good luck. There's a reason why FAMU won 9 in a row there.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the predicted order of finish for the all-conference on defense. And, of course, you start looking at the specialists. Now, these are the guys that, of course, we know the specialists.
Yeah, you don't pay any attention to them until the game depends on a field goal with 3 seconds left. Then you're like, oh, my gosh, who are these guys? All right, so Joshua Griffin from Southern. Your place kicker, your punter, Jimmy Isles from Grambling. Darnell Dees, return specialist, and your long snapper. The guys you don't ever think about until that ball flies over somebody's head there. So Jason Longcore from Alcorn State, all first team in the SWAC preseason at the long snapper position.
How many times have we seen a game come down to the end? Charles, and you've seen this before too. We saw this with Alcorn and Grambling. We've seen this with Southern and Jackson. How many times have we seen it to where guys come down to the end, it's a kick, it's a punt, it's a snap, anything that happens, and all of a sudden you go from victory to just nothing.
You know, Charles had hair before that Jackson State, Alabama State game, maybe like 3 years ago, and all them field goals were left and right, and all Charles' hair went away.
Yeah, the last strands left that game. So.
All right, we've got our first head coach, Alonzo Hampton, coming up here in just a second. He'll be joining us here on set. While we have an opportunity, can we go ahead and take a break here so we can go ahead and get our first coach up here, Alonzo Hampton from Arkansas Pine Bluff. It is the 2023 Southwestern Athletic Conference Football Media Day live from the Sheridan in Birmingham, Alabama. Back after this.
Hey, Don, what made you become a Cricket Campus ambassador?
Do tell.
I live to network. HBCU's all about that. The keyword being network.
Oh, like a certain network that has speedy 5G and is a proud sponsor of HBCUs?
I see you could take a hint.
I can drop a hint too, Don.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of Black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication to dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
Like Mike, if I could be like Mike.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires drip, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies, because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Back here at the Sheridan in downtown Birmingham, it's the 2023 Southwestern Athletic Conference Kickoff Media Day as we get ready for the upcoming season. Hi, I'm Santoria Black along with Tolly Carr. Our first coach of the day from Arkansas Pine Bluff, one of the new kids on the block, Coach Alonzo Hampton, new to the SWAC but not new to coaching.
Absolutely. Been coaching for about 20 years now and excited about the opportunity to come back to the SWAC. I was here from 2006 to 2010, so I'm just coming home.
Coach, you are going to be one of the better coaches in the conference because I looked at your bio. You coach at home every day. You have 4 boys and 1 girl. That's 5 kids in the house. You are a referee, line judge. Man, you get a workout just at wake-up time before you even get to camp.
I've been fortunate, so I tell everyone I do have 4 boys and 1 daughter. She keeps me busy. She's 30. And my youngest one is 17. He just committed to Clemson. He's the last one to get out of the house. And I have another son. He's a corner, getting his master's at Tulane, played at Northwestern, graduated from there. And then my other son graduated at Baylor. So they kept me on task. So we're excited about the opportunity to come back home to Arkansas Pine Bluff. But coach has been in my blood. Like I said, I've had great coaches around me, and I just happened to get into coaching. And I've coached my family. So
yeah,
I think I'm on the right track.
I'm going to coach you a little bit. I bet you there on the sideline saying, get that mic closer right there.
There you go.
Coach, coming into Arkansas Pine Bluff, I know there's a lot of work that you want to do, and a lot of players that you're recruiting that you want to bring into the school. What are some of the first things that you had to do coming in as the head coach at Pine Bluff?
Well, the first thing we did is we did a roster evaluation. I didn't go in there and just start cutting players. I didn't think that was fair to the guys that were on the team. And then obviously as the coaching staff, we wanted to be able to evaluate those guys through spring practice. And then we made a determination who could help us moving forward. And then obviously you want to be right. You want to be fair to the young men. And so we tried to help them get to other places. We didn't have a lot of turnover, and we're still bringing guys in. We start camp tomorrow, and guys report tomorrow, and I'm still on the phones all day today getting guys in, making sure the flights are getting in, making sure to get the scholarship signed. But we're excited about the direction that we're headed, and our whole goal is this. We want to build a foundation of success where we can break the cycle of losing at University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff and just put us on solid footing and being able to compete in this league every year for a conference championship. And I'm excited about the direction we're going. And our motto is simple as this: restore the pride. I mean, in 2012, we were at the top, HBCU national champions. And so we're excited about that, being able to put our imprint on the program. And, the coaches are excited, the players, and we're getting ready to get started.
And, Coach, you don't even have to go back to 2012. We had that spring season.
Yeah.
UAPB was right there in the championship game. It wasn't a full season, but, hey, people were out there playing, and UAPB did well.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I watched that game in 2020, and they were like, I think they lost by a touchdown. But, again, Pine Bluff have a lot of good things in place. And, me being from the area of Southeast Arkansas, being that I had been there, I've been at every level from high school, group of 5 to Power 5. And I'm just fortunate to be able to come back to a place that has meant so much to me, Southeast Arkansas. A lot of educators, a lot of people that have done great things in my life, and I've been able to give back. My whole goal is to impact young men and women, and so I've been able to do that. I tell people I still have my teacher license. I still got my CDL license. So if I wasn't coaching football, I'd be teaching. And so I win every day because I get up excited about what we're doing and just trying to build a program that's going to last and make Pine Bluff a beacon, a lighthouse that people say, I want to go there. I love that head coach. I love that coaching staff. I love the players that's around there. I love the administration. So we're excited about where we're headed.
Coach, before we get to one of your players, Charles Bishop, standing by with one of your great student athletes, when you came into this year, I know you went into the portal. You wanted to get some good talent. What are some things that you really wanted to concentrate on your team coming into this year?
Well, the number one thing is just building depth along the offensive line. Offensive and defensive line is going to win it. I know everybody's going to tell you the quarterback position. It is very important, and obviously we got some young guys on the roster that we think can help us get to where we need to go. But obviously you got to be able to stop the run and be able to run the football. So those are the two main things that we're trying to do. We've added a lot of depth on the O-line and the D-line. And then I tell everybody else, we can coach the other positions, but you can't coach the big guys.
Yeah.
And so you got to recruit those guys. And that's, like everybody in our conference and throughout college football, you got to get the O-line and D-line going. And once you can do that, you have an opportunity to be able to kind of change the game, kind of slow the game down. You can put pressure on the quarterbacks and things of that nature. But then, obviously for us, we want to be special in our special team area. Those are the things that a lot of people may overlook, but those are, I got a special teams background, and so we're going to be good on special teams, and we're going to make a conscious effort of recruiting the right guys and putting the right guys on the field. And I think if we can do those three things, offense, defense, special teams, O-line, D-line, and get the right guys in this area of the special teams, I think we'll have a chance to win every game in this league.
Well, Coach, you got a big one coming up. It's not on a Saturday. You start on a Thursday night this year against Tulsa. That game was moved from Saturday to Thursday. Tulsa thought that more people would come because of the Labor Day holiday. And you got to get ready to go to the office tomorrow. So good luck to you.
Well, we appreciate it. We're excited about the opportunity. Again, I tell everybody, we're not worried about anybody on our schedule. We're worried about the Golden Lions. And if we do that every day, get better, our whole thing is we on a never-ending journey to get better today than we were the day before.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go over to Charles Bishop, who is with one of the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions.
Yeah, down here with Ryan Atkins, 6'6", 280-pound offensive tackle. Ryan, Coach Hampton comes to the program. What energy has he brought to this program?
He's brought great energy. He brought fun. He makes it fun for us to be around the guys that we want to play for Coach Hampton.
Let me ask this. I heard him say camp starts tomorrow. How excited are you to get back to it?
I'm really excited. This is my last season, my last hoorah, so I can't wait to go out with a bang.
the theme, Restore the Pride. What does that look like from your perspective?
Restoring the pride, bringing the community together, bringing the school together, making everybody one big happy family.
Sure thing. Thank you, buddy.
All right, that is, of course, another one of the great student athletes here in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. We'll be having Coach Clarence McKinney coming up in just a minute. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we will talk about the Texas Southern University Tigers here at the 2023 Southwestern Athletic Conference kickoff here in Birmingham, Alabama. Texas Southern on the clock. We'll be talking to Coach McKinney right after this.
Huge play coming up.
Talking about dropping the ball.
I got the score.
Tostitos Hardy Dippers.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
Back here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Sheridan in downtown. It's the 2023 Southwestern Athletic Conference kickoff as we get ready for the upcoming season. It'll be an exciting one. And, of course, a lot of great things are going on. We're now joined by our next coach from Texas Southern University, the Tigers, coming in, of course, in the 2023 season, head coach Clarence McKinney. Coach, thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Well, first of all, Coach, look, you guys were in the thick of things last year, and now you come back this year, and I know you were telling the guys, look, we want to take it to the next level this year.
Yeah, each year we want to improve on what we did the previous season. We feel like we got a little bit more experience this year, and guys are working hard and ready to improve on what we did on last season.
Coach, in entertainment, they always say leave them wanting more. And that's exactly what you guys did at the end of last season. You were right there. We had like a three-way tie. Who's going to go to the SWAC championship game? And for a lot of that game, it was Alabama A&M the last game of the year. It looked like you guys were controlling your own destiny. And then, we had this crazy fumble. And the game was just emotionally all over the place.
But
I'm sorry, it's my job. Got to provide context. Even though it didn't end the way you wanted, that is a lot to build on. Because when I think about the team with the most potential, automatically, I'm not just saying this because you're here, I think of Texas Southern.
Yeah, we feel like we've been improving the team each year. A couple years ago we played a lot of freshmen. Last year those guys were sophomores, and now they have that experience that we feel like we need to get us over the hump, and so we can start competing with the elite teams in this way.
He's just out of eyesight. We're probably going to hear from him in a few minutes standing over there with Chuck, but Andrew Body has the potential to be top 2, if not the best quarterback in the SWAC this year.
Yeah, he's a special player. He's an even greater person. His teammates love him. He's a great leader, and we're happy to have him, and we feel like the sky's the limit for him.
What does he do the best that really makes it hard for your opposition?
He's a true dual threat. He can throw it in the pass game, in the drop back pass game. He can run the zone read and pull it down and run the QB run, and it's just hard to say what he does best because he does a lot of things really, really great.
Well, Coach, I want to ask about a player that came from Homer High School in Louisiana, Waltez Champ. He played all over the field. They went to the state championship game in Class 1A in Louisiana. One of his teachers, Shea Black, really spoke highly of him as a person and as a student athlete. Where do you put a guy like that, because he played in so many different positions when he was in high school?
Yeah, we're happy to have him. Yeah, we call him Hercules. He's going to be playing on our defensive line, probably at the end position. He's been working extremely hard this summer, learning the playbook, getting his body ready to go for the contact that happens at the college level. We're excited about him. We think he's a winner, and he does the things that's going to help us win a couple games, we think.
The other thing I was going to ask about is, have you ever seen a guy in high school that chiseled? He was in Louisiana State Magazine.
Never. Yeah. Never have I seen a guy that chiseled. But when you watch him work, you see why he's so chiseled.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you look at the games that mean so much earlier in the season, look, there's a lot of emotion with Texas Southern and Prairie View, but, I mean, this year that we're talking about setting the standard for how teams are going to stack up in the West. How do you like playing a game that has so much on the line so early in the season?
You got to play them eventually, so why not start the season off, get your fan base fired up about the season, and it lets you know that, where you are within your side of the conference. Gives you an advantage if you win the game, you're at the top. And then if you come out on the losing end, as we did on last year, the season's not over, because there's a lot of season left. You can make your ground up as the season goes.
I'm just going to speak as Joe fan here. You're in Houston, Texas, football, capital of the world. Isn't it just time? Do you feel it like it is our time for Texas Southern?
There's no doubt about it. We feel like this is our year. Everything's falling into place for us. If we can stay healthy, some things fall our way, we feel like we'll be right there in the mix again this coming season.
Well, Coach, good luck this season. You start out with the Labor Day Classic against Prairie View, and then a couple of big ones. You got Toledo on the road and Rice, and then at Grambling. Doesn't get any easier.
We feel like we got the toughest schedule in the conference, so
yeah,
doesn't get any easier, but we're going to take them one game at a time and see what happens.
All right, of course, let's take it over to Charles Bishop, who's one with the Texas Southern University student athletes.
Hey, we're one of the returning quarterbacks here in the SWAC, Andrew Body. Stunner Shades in place. Andrew, man, a lot of Texas Southern fans, they're excited about this season. What do you have to tell them?
Just look, going into this upcoming year, it's gonna be something real special. We got some pieces, and like I just said earlier, we got some stuff cooking up, and we're gonna have that full meal ready for y'all on September 2nd.
September 2nd, Labor Day Classic, huge rivalry with Prairie View. Anything you want to tell the Panther backers?
They're gonna see us when they see us. I ain't got to tell them too much.
There it is. This quarterback, Andrew Body.
Hey, Charles, you got to get him to explain the drip every year. I mean, this he's leading the way in the drip category.
Stunner Shades, he's got the J's on. Talk a little bit about your outfit, man.
They was just asking me about it earlier, and I just told them, shoot, you got to be different. You can't. Everybody going to throw on a little tie. Me and my partner, Jay Will, we got on a little bow tie today. We had to switch it up a little bit. Be trendy.
Be trendy. Jacob Williams over here with me as well, linebacker for Texas Southern. What does it take for the Texas Southern defense to take it to the next level?
We just gotta and be on the same page, come with everything we got, and just execute.
There it is. Texas Southern Tigers getting ready for the Labor Day Classic, September 2nd.
All right, thanks a lot, Charles. I mean, Andrew is sharp. He's got the bow tie, the glasses, the sunglasses going on, and really is got a great little outfit now. Now joined by the commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, Commissioner Dr. Charles McClellan. You've been busy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, look, from a conference perspective, this is kind of like the official kickoff of the season. Some teams reporting tomorrow because of week 0. Others reporting a few weeks. But for you, you've been on the move all summer long.
Yeah, it's been a long summer, and you tie in basketball committee duties with the NCAA. Have not had an opportunity to take a break, and have to send shout out to the family.
Yeah,
they've been very supportive. And, I had to install cameras at the house just to make sure wasn't nobody sneaking in. I've been gone so long. So.
Oh man,
you got to watch that milk, man. I tell you, it's amazing now that it feels like the SWAC season never ends. I mean, it was just. I feel like a few weeks ago we were in Atlanta. FAMU and Bethune-Cookman had that amazing baseball finish, and it made me think, man, expansion turned out really, really well.
It did, and I was excited to see both FAMU and Bethune being able to compete for that baseball championship. And again, it just shows the strength of what they have brought to the conference, to be able to immediately come in and compete at a high level. Obviously, FAMU in football this year is going to be – I haven't seen the rankings. I don't know if they released it yet, but my rankings, they're going to be, at the top. So it makes us that much more of a competitive league. And I talked about it earlier. Our not being able to win that Celebration Bowl is a product of our regular season. There's no weeks off. You can't look ahead. You can't study who that MEAC winner was, because you have to concentrate on next week, then you have to concentrate on the championship game, and then you concentrate on the Celebration Bowl. And we do this because it's hard, not because it's easy. And that's starting to become the mantra of the Southwestern Athletic Conference, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, whether it's golf or tennis. There are no easy outs anymore.
How you bring up the Celebration Bowl.
Yeah.
How important is it for the SWAC to get a win in that game?
For me personally, it's very important. But I think the audience needs to understand the gauntlet that it takes to get to the Celebration Bowl. It's week in, it's week out. And our championship game is really, really, really significant. It is not something that is not important to our schools and our fan base. And to be very honest with you, in some of the things that we've seen, the championship for the SWAC is a more important feat than a win for the Celebration Bowl. Now, I'm not saying that is the case for the schools. But to be able to dun SWAC champions is a significant thing, and it is a huge revenue generator for the schools. I don't want to talk Jackson State business. I always say this. I don't ask for their books, but I can add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Jackson State made more money off of the championship game than they got in a payout for going to the Celebration Bowl. So from a financial standpoint, our championship game is not only important from a win perspective, but it's important from a financial perspective. And then you get the opportunity to go. I think what our teams and schools need to do is, refocus, because for the MEAC, playing the SWAC in that game is their championship game. We have a championship game and then another championship game. And sometimes, and I thought last year, especially with the distractions of Dion going to Colorado, that Jackson State had some issues and some obstacles that they had to overcome. They played well. But I just think, Jackson State was the MEAC's championship game. They viewed it as a championship game. They played as their championship game. And I think Jackson State, had to deal with so much getting to that. Again, might sound like an excuse. Probably is, because when you line up and play, you got to play. But I say all of that to say there is a renewed emphasis on the Celebration Bowl coming from the Southwestern Athletics.
I'll tell you what, y'all keep talking. I'm going to go to the comments because I know it's spicy over there now. After that, I'm going to see what they're saying.
That wasn't too spicy, right?
No, I don't think it was spicy.
That was all respect to the MEAC.
No, the comments were spicy. That's what's going to be spicy, the comments.
I want Charles Bishop, third man of our team. Charles, I know you had a question with the commissioner.
Yeah, Commissioner, I wanted to ask, especially for a generation of fans that have grown up on this SWAC championship game, what does it mean to look at it and where it has grown to now?
Well, I think the first year was 1999, and when you look at our SWAC championship game, 7,000 to 8,000 fans, less than some FBS Power 5 championship games. It's a tremendous fulfillment for me to be commissioner. Again, I've told this story, Charles, time and time again. Grew up in Jackson, Mississippi, Veterans Memorial. There was nothing to do in Jackson, Mississippi other than to go to Jackson State football games on Saturday, and to grow up and to see how this conference has elevated itself, to see how the championship game has elevated itself, to see us, now being on ESPN2. Hopefully we can convince ESPN to put it on ESPN based upon the viewership numbers. And I say this, and I'm deviating a little bit from the SWAC championship game. When we get our numbers from ESPN, there were ESPN Plus games that outdrew ESPN games, ESPN2 games, and ESPNU games. So this is not just a linear deal for us. It's a digital. And when you add all of those numbers in, we had millions and millions and millions of people to watch Southwestern Athletic Conference. Over 80% of all of our football games are going to be on some type of platform. So it's no more now a discussion about whether we're on ESPN TV or whether we're on ESPN Digital. The way that technology has gone, it doesn't matter now, and our numbers are significant. And our championship game is an extremely significant event, not only within the Southwestern Athletic Conference, but throughout college football. There are only so few championship games, and we're one of them, and we have a national spotlight on us, and our athletes perform at the highest level. It's entertaining. Our numbers have gone nothing but up and through the roof, and we anticipate nothing changing from that.
Well, one of the questions I had is about the branding and marketing of the conference, because it's grown exponentially when you talk about the partnerships that you have with your corporate partners and how you've been able to grow the brand just from a visual perspective. Talk about that growth that you've had, especially with your partners that have been great sponsors.
Well, I would like to tell you we had this intricate plan and we did all of this stuff, but ironically, it's what you just saw on the screen. SWAC, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, is iconic. It's 103 years old. We play football in the South. We are the largest HBCU conference. We've led attendance now 48 years in a row when they count last year, because we blew last year out of the water. I mean, we have the fan base. We have the pageantry. We have the classic games. I mentioned this earlier on the ESPN set when Jay asked me, name 2 underrated games. I can't name 2 underrated games. Each and every week, there are at least 2 games that you must watch or you must go to, whether you're a fan or not. And that starts in week 1. Just think about week 1. You have Labor Day Classic with Texas Southern Prairie View, a pivotal conference game.
Yeah.
Then a day later, you go to the Orange Blossom Classic. You have FAMU and Jackson State, a pivotal conference game. You have Alabama State playing their rival for their Labor Day Classic, a pivotal game for them that sets the tone in the state. And it's like that week in, week out, all the way up until championship game. And think about last year, Tolly. Think about, as I sat in the stands and I'm watching how it's going to unfold, and we didn't have the school's logo, certain schools' logos. We were literally meeting in the stands at the volleyball game saying it's this school, no, it's going to be this school, no, it's going to be that school, right? And Texas Southern was a fumble away from being in the championship game, and then you had to flip to Alcorn-Jackson, because had Alcorn won, then Alcorn had the opportunity to be there, and Prairie View was in the driver's seat starting the day off. All of those games were nationally televised, and you needed to be there to see what has unfolded. That's the marketing that has allowed us to elevate our brand. What we've tried to do was be first class and everything.
Absolutely.
And I think you see that by the partnership that we just announced with PepsiCo. And it's not just a Pepsi partnership now. We're bringing in Doritos. We're bringing in Tostitos. We're bringing in Gatorade. So now the entire family is a part of the Southwestern Athletic Conference family. And it is a partnership of true proportions. We are now one of their major brands that they are going to promote. So we're just excited about where we're headed.
Dr. McClellan, you mentioned this earlier. Deion Sanders brought so much to Jackson State with attention. I mean, it was like a built-in reality show that you didn't have to do anything but just sit back and kind of reap the benefits. He moves on, but there's still the buzz. There's still things to leverage. How do you leverage that in something that was already popular took it up a notch the last couple of years. How do you leverage that moving forward?
Well, I think doing the things that we have continually done, and hats off to Coach Prime. We appreciate him and all of the things that he brought to the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And he taught us a lot about how to market and how to promote yourself and how to promote your conference. But, we have been popular for quite some time. Dion elevated that popularity. Our responsibility is to continue that growth and continue those relationships that we've created and those doors that were open because we had Coach Prime as a part of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And I can tell you that we have spent a considerable amount of energy and effort in doing so. But the one thing that I would point out, Jackson State games were highly watched.
Oh, yeah.
But so was FAMU games. So were Alabama State games. So were Alcorn games. So were the games throughout the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So when we looked at our numbers, Jackson State charted higher on average than everyone else. But all of our games elevated, all of the numbers elevated. So the eyeballs came and they stayed. So as long as we have competitive games and a competitive product, I think we will continue to grow.
Yeah, we got great storylines. You look at the MEAC SWAC Challenge, South Carolina State, Jackson State. Those Jackson State fans, they want some get back. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that game. And South Carolina State fans want to prove, hey, that was no fluke. This is what we do.
And I can tell you, if you wanted a little controversy, it did not go unnoticed that every time the MEAC won a game, they had very pointed comments about how they dominated the Southwestern Athletic Conference. I haven't really said anything. I just wrote it down. And I understand when you get whooped, you can't talk a lot, and when you do win, you can talk. But we did write it down. And I'm just letting Sonia Steele know. We did hear her. We did hear you, Sonia.
Well, the other thing about that, it's prime time on ABC. I mean, that's huge, not only for the teams, but for the conference as well.
Not only is it huge, we were the 5th rated, if I'm not mistaken, pre-New Year's game of all bowl games, which means that, and let's put this in perspective, Dion definitely elevated, but we were 6th the year before, and we were 5th the year before that. So the popularity of our game is there. I think we were 1.8 million 3 years ago. We were 2.1 this year. So, people are watching us. And it's because it's the brand, and it is the Black College National Championship. Let's not understate what that means. Absolutely. This is a national championship bowl game. And I can tell you I've had other FCS commissioners contact me wanting to be a part of it. They want a piece of it. But it's unique to the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and the MEAC is actually written into the NCAA bylaws. So the two conferences own the bowl game. So we're going to continue to market it. We're going to continue to grow it, and hopefully Disney continues to elevate our platform on ABC.
Last question before we get ready to go, and that is, you renamed the SWAC building the Commissioner James Frank building. I had a chance to talk with him on many occasions when I first started in broadcasting. That was really a great honor for someone who did so much for the conference.
Absolutely. Dr. Frank held this conference together for so many years. The first African-American, only African-American president of the NCAA. When you look at the growth of this conference, he brought in Alabama A&M and the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. He ushered in, a lot of our women's sports, soccer. He brought in softball. He brought in, from a financial stability standpoint, you look at the gunslinger days of Archie Cooley and the Godfather, Marino Chasm days, and the Jackson State days of all of their great coaches. I mean, you could just go on and on. Dr. Frank was the architect of bringing all of that together. Yeah. And the first asset that we've been able to put on our books is a 16,000 square foot headquarters. I thought it was only fitting that Dr. Frank's name was to go on it. It was a unanimous vote from the Council of Presidents. And we're going to honor that even in a much more great fashion. We're going to invest and create a Hall of Fame in the basement where fans and visitors can come and see all of the history and pageantry of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. So that'll be coming up, and we just look forward to opening our doors to the public to learn about all of the great things that have happened under the tutelage of Dr. Frank.
Absolutely. Commissioner.
Great job, as always.
Sir. Thank you.
Always. Get home and check those security cameras.
I got it on my phone. When you're gone as much as I am, you got to Got to make sure.
Oh, man. Commissioner Dr. Charles McClellan joining us here during the SWAC Media Kickoff here in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll talk about some of the classics that the conference will have this year and also get you ready for our next coach here at the Southwestern Athletic Conference Kickoff Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama. Back after this.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Hey, Don, what made you become a Cricket Campus ambassador?
Do tell.
I live to network. HBCU's all about that. The keyword being network.
Oh, like a certain network that has speedy 5G and is a proud sponsor of HBCUs.
I see you can take a hint.
I can drop a hint too, Don.
Like Mike, if I could be like Mike.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires drip, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies. Because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Back here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Sheridan downtown. It's 2023 Southwestern Athletic Conference kickoff, getting ready for football season as the season is just a few weeks away. Now joining us here on the set on the SWAC Digital Network is the head coach of the Prairie View A&M Panthers, head coach Bubba McDowell. And coach, coming in with the Panthers this season, first of all, even in his vacation, he is working. He has not had a true vacation or swung a golf club this year. Coach, thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. Coming into this year, I want to talk about the mega camp that you had, first of all, because there were a lot of eyes, not just in Texas, but across the country, that were looking at this mega camp that was hosted by Prairie View A&M.
A lot of eyes, a lot of kids.
A lot of kids. And again, it wouldn't have been possible without Coach Prime putting his name on it, endorsing it. And again, when we asked him to do it, he initially didn't give us an answer, so we was going to go ahead with it anyway. Then when he came in, and man, it just the floodgates opened up, and it was great to actually see that many kids. And of course, we couldn't get a chance to look at all of them, but we had 3 fields. We had the baseball field, the track, the soccer field, and the stadium itself. So it was a great turnout.
Coach, my job, I'm the microphone guy. I got to make sure everybody gets nice and close there.
Yes, sir.
Well, Coach, coming into this year with Prairie View A&M, one of the things that I know you talk about every year is how you improve. What did you do during recruiting in order to improve the team coming into this year?
Again, we went out and we revamped that D-line, revamped the secondary. I thought there was 2 major components, units that we needed to upgrade, and we did that. We're looking forward to these young men that we have hit from the portal, transfer portal, and coming in and helping us win more games. Offensively, we went out and got Jaden Johnson from Kahoma, quarterback, to help Trezon out just in case something happens, right? Like he did last year. We had Jason Dumas, true freshman, come in a couple of times when Trezon went out. So we got 3 good quarterbacks this year that's going to compete and help us get to where we need to get to at the end of the year. Better record than we did last year.
But when Trezon is on the field, man, he is electric.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The kid can, and what I love about Trezon this year, he has taken upon himself to go out, get the teaching, not only on the field, but off the field as well, in the classroom, to make him a better quarterback. Now reading defensively, when he's look out there checking, knowing how to check, because as I tell him, a lot of other guys, this is what pros want to see. When they come in, talk to you guys, put you guys on the board, you guys got to be ready to go. And my coaching staff has done a great job of getting these guys prepared.
Look, right out of the gate, we're going to set a pecking order in the West. There'll be some time to catch up, but I mean, you and Texas Southern, two teams that people are counting on to be in contention.
Yeah, and again, Coach McKinney, again, as I always tell people, man, you can't underrate anybody in the SWAC, and who better to know that other than Prairie View with. One game we need to win to get into the SWAC championship of the last 3 games, and we lost all 3, and we lost the last one against Valley. And taking, we took Valley for granted, and as I tell guys, you can't do that. Texas Southern, you never take for granted. No matter what players you got on your team, these are 2 teams that come in ready to play, and there's always a good game.
Are you able to, does that help you get your players' attention better? When you have, last season where you let some things slip away, when you come back and you start saying things, your coaches start saying things, does it hit a little better when you have that example to fall back on?
Absolutely, you will hope so, because again, that's what we as coaches supposed to do. We're supposed to teach these guys, and I reiterate to my guys all the time, you got to teach these guys. They got to know what they did wrong, and how do we correct that, going into this season. Because nobody we don't want to be in that position again. I've been in their situation several times as a player and as a coach. How do we get over that next hump? We've been there several times. Going back to when Coach Dooley was there, we played Jackson in the SWAC. I thought we should have won. And again, last year, one game we just had to win to get there, and we didn't do it.
Coach, when you start looking at your offense, or offense, I should say, running back Ahmad Antoine, talk about his progression and how he's been able to function in the program.
Great dude, hard worker. Nobody can outwork this young man. He reminds me, and I say this, and I say it proudly, he reminds me of a guy that I played with at University of Miami, Michael Irvin. Can't outwork him, always working to get better. Fortunately, we didn't have him down the last stretch. I thought had we had him, we would have won a lot more games. And again, he went out with 2 concussions and didn't play, but he's a lot stronger, a lot better, a lot more focused. And when you get Ahmad Antoine a lot more focused, you're dealing with the dangers of running back.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, we know you got a couple of more obligations here, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And good luck on the season this year.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to join Charles Bishop, who's one of the Prairie View A&M student athletes.
Yeah, down here with the aforementioned Ahmad Antoine, another great running back and a long line of guys that dot this conference from Etna Carr High School. Ahmad, you guys were ahead in 3 of your 5 losses at halftime. What's it going to take for Prairie View to get over the hump this year?
We just got to finish strong. We lose a few games, but that's just ourselves. And this year, we plan on just staying consistent and just finishing strong.
You have the addition of another great running back in Caleb Johnson that's transferred into the program. What does that mean in terms of helping you out with carrying the load in the backfield?
That's a great addition, great pickup, because at this point, splitting carries is going to be way easier. If I'm tired, he's tired, we could feed off each other, just give each other more of a break. That way we could be fresh and stay fresh the whole game.
Sure thing. Thank you, buddy. Well, I'll tell you, Santoria, Prairie View led the SWAC in rushing last year. We talk about the year of the running back. They could be a dark horse team.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about Caleb Johnson, who came over from Mississippi Valley, and what he added to that Delta Devil team. Now you take him over to Prairie View A&M University. That is a huge combo right there.
Yeah, Caleb is one heck of a runner. I remember shooting some highlights. There was a game at Alabama State, man. He looked like a Madden, guy on the screen, man. He did this move, Santoria. He twisted and jumped. It was crazy. Valley did. It was during that spring season, but man, really, really incredible talent there, and that's going to be a big boost for Prairie View A&M.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, time to go to South Louisiana, the Southern University Jaguars. We'll talk to the head coach of the Jaguars, head coach Eric Dooley, and what will be coming up in the 2023 edition of the Southern University Jaguars. We'll take this time out. We are live here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Sheridan downtown for the 2023 SWAC kickoff here on the SWAC Digital Network.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
We are live in Birmingham, Alabama for the SWAC 2023 football kickoff here in downtown at the Sheridan. And now joining us on the set on the SWAC Digital Network, the head coach of the Southern University Jaguars, head coach Eric Dooley. And Coach Dooley, first of all, Tolly and I are not worthy. I mean, every time I come and see Coach, he is dressed up. He is like the Lafayette Stribling of the present day.
Well, you know, I give credit to my family. My family does a good job in some of the things that I'm not able to get out and go do. So they understand me well and what I'm looking to put on. So I can't take the credit. I just put it on and walk in it. But feel very blessed to have a family of that nature.
I mean, look at this. I mean, the man is Gucci down.
Man.
You can't see the loafers. No one does an ascot like Eric Dooley. I mean, the man the man rocks an ascot better than any. I wouldn't even dare. I wouldn't even have the courage to even try to pull it off.
Absolutely not.
And this man rocks it every year.
Well, Coach, one of the things I want to ask about is, when you bring young men into the program, you talk about not only being the part on the field in the classroom, but also in their presentation. And you have standards for them that a lot of them have to get used to as they're going to class every day.
Yes, absolutely. I tell the players as they come in as recruits, you're going to be a former football player longer than you're going to be a football player. So you got to make sure that you take care of your business regardless of what. And the other thing that I like to tell them, every day of your life you're on an interview. And I think if they keep those two things close to their heart, they understand what I'm talking about. So you got to be able to take care of business regardless of what you're doing and where you are, because those things matter.
For the time that they are football players this year, they are viewed as the team to beat. Your team is viewed as the team to beat in the West. You're looking to repeat on that side, and I know you guys want to win the overall championship. Do you like that? Is it pressure? How do you guys face that with being the team to beat?
I never worry about pressure. I say two things, and I mean it to heart. I say if they pick us last, I'm going to prove them wrong. If they pick us first, I'm going to prove them right. So that's our theory. We don't worry about it. We just got to work on what's going to make us be the team that we know that we are capable of doing, and that's just work. If you just continue to put your head down and grind and do the things that you're capable of doing, then success is going to come.
I know a lot of fans looking out there they've seen activity that was in the portal, and they want to know quarterback position this year, Southern. What are you guys going to do?
Oh, I feel real confident in the quarterback that we have, and fortunate enough we didn't have to go in the portal and get a quarterback to come and lead us right now. We had one that transferred in earlier, but it wasn't the case. My thing is depth. I think you got to have depth. You got to have a room. Your room have to be full, and I tell each coach, make sure your room is full. So talent is going to always be around, but we're fortunate enough to have a young man right out of the state of Louisiana that played at a big-time program, Dustingham, and in my opinion in high school was a gunslinger. So now you just got to find out those attributes that he was able to do in high school and now hone his skills to become a better player. And he seeks out to do that. That's what he's about. He's a leader. He's a leader by trade. That's what he does. He graduated this past spring working on his law degree. So we're excited and pleased to have him as our leader right now, as our starting quarterback. But he do understand that the room is full. We feel confident that any three can win the game.
Well, Coach, you guys do not have an easy start to the season. You got Alabama State, then Jackson, second game of the season, Alabama A&M, and then you play against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Your season really starts heavy to start things off.
Well, that proved good to what we want to do. We want to start fast and we want to finish strong. So our thing is I love the SWAC. I love the competition. There's no games that you feel that you're going to ever be able to take off, and it shouldn't be that way. So we like what we have. I think we have a great schedule that's ahead of us, and we're excited about it and can't wait to get started.
You guys had so many eyeballs. I mean, Southern's an iconic program, obviously, but you guys were on College Game Day. The end of the regular season, it was like who's going to win, who's going to make it to the SWAC championship game. There was so much extra on the Bayou last year. How do you leverage that, propel, and keep that Southern brand just, through the roof?
We just concentrate on going 1-0 and try to keep the outside things out of our head and, just keep that tunnel vision, just stay focused at the things that the task is at hand right now. So our guys understand us as coaches, and we're going to model that for them as well. So our young men does a good job. Of course, you always have some the things that you have to fix, but that's life. That's what it's all about, making those quick adjustments. We don't have to wait until the second part of the year to make an adjustment, just like we don't wait to the second half of the game to make an adjustment. If it needs to be done, we're going to do it right now.
Coach, you spoke about your quarterback from Destrehan, of course, won a state championship last year in Class 5A. Your recruiting, with your philosophy, you've always been somebody that loved to get the kids from in-state, whether it's Carr, whether it's, Destrehan, whatever it is. How have you been able to continue to have such a high expectations with the recruiting, especially in the South state of Louisiana?
I think it's relationships. You gotta have relationships, and it's not relationships because I'm going to do you a favor, you're going to do me a favor. Just relationships, understanding who I am, and those guys know if they have players, I'm going to come after those players, regardless of who recruited them, because I feel I have a chance. They got to tell me no, and they got to tell me no until they sign the ink on the paper. So I'm going to continue to go after those guys. But the relationships that I have with the coaches from North Louisiana, Central Louisiana, as well as South Louisiana, I think it go far in advance to help us out for his recruiting.
Coach, you have to be excited about competing, especially when you look at the SWAC West. There's so much potential. You go from top to bottom. You can't rule anybody out. As a competitor, it just has to be a lot of fun in that division.
I love it because this is something that I dreamed of being in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. That's why this is the only place I ever coached at when you talk about a collegiate level of football. I think that we have the ability to be the best in the country, and that's what we're striving for. But you talk about the West, they like to say it's anybody game, and it's true, but I think it's anybody game in the entire SWAC. The competition is there. Everybody have gotten their team to where they're very, very competitive. So it's some long nights.
Last question before we let you go, Coach. It's the 50th anniversary of the Bayou Classic this year. It's a benchmark when you talk about a classic. You know, you've had a chance to play in the game. You've had a chance to coach in this game before. What does the Bayou Classic mean to you?
Man, it means everything to me because as a little boy, I had the opportunity to go to the game. And, you know, I remember leaning on the fence and said, one of these years I'm going to play at one of those teams. I just didn't know what team I was going to play with because, of course, I was too young to understand that. But then I had the opportunity to play for a legendary in Eddie Robinson and did not know that I would have the opportunity to coach at Southern playing at Grambling. But that was another legendary coach, Pete Richardson. And now having the opportunity to come back as a head coach, the only words I can say, God been good to me. There's no question about it. So this game here is huge. You know, you can try to put it up on the mat. It's impossible. The Bayou Classic is the Bayou Classic. You cannot accept either one of these jobs and don't mention the Bayou Classic. Absolutely. Understand that, and I do understand it also well that that Bayou Classic changed a lot of things.
Well, Coach, thanks a lot for joining us. We appreciate you, my brother.
Thanks for having me.
Man, we're going to take some notes.
Absolutely.
Boy.
You got to take some notes on the drip. Head coach Eric Dooley from Southern University. Let's go over to Charles Bishop, who is with the student athletes from Southern University.
Yeah, down here with Harold Blood. I had to check his pulse. I mean, he's cool as a cucumber over here. But the Southern quarterback position is always under the spotlight. But tell Jag Nation some of the attributes that you bring to the position.
I'm a hard-nosed guy. I'm a leader. Someone that has the no-quitting-me mentality and fight to the end.
When you take a look at the schedule, are there any games in particular that you have an eye out on already?
No, sir, not particularly anyone, but we're ready for every game. We want to go 1-0 each week.
1-0 each week. Over here with Jalen Campbell, linebacker for the Southern Jaguars. Jag Nation always wants to know what's up with the Dog Day defense. What does the 2023 version look like?
Force some more turnovers, being dominant and transitioning from good to great.
Last you guys were knocking on the door in the SWAC championship. What does it take to get over the hump and bring a ring to Baton Rouge?
Yes, sir. Just focus on little small things, being more disciplined. Just little things, just like wearing the right socks, being on time for meetings, having trust in your teammates, building those relationship with your teammates. Yes, sir.
Sure thing. Thank you. Southern offense and defense, they're up for this 2023 season. Looking forward to it.
All right, thanks a lot, Charles. And, of course, the Southern University Jaguars, they are picked to finish first in the West. It is going to be a wild, wild West, as a matter of fact, when you take a look from top to bottom. But coming up next, we will talk to the head coach, one of the new coaches in the conference for Jackson State University, head coach T.C. Taylor. It's going to be a great year in this conference all the way around, and we're looking forward to it. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Jackson State is on the clock. We are live at the 2023 Football Kickoff Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication to dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool your school. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost Cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake. Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Back here at the 2023 Football Kickoff Media Day here in the Sheridan in downtown Birmingham. Santoria Black along with Tolly, Carr, and Charles Bishop will have the head coach of Jackson State University coming up in just a little bit. Head coach T.C. Taylor, one of the new coaches in the conference. And, you know, as we've been talking with all of these coaches, Tolly, you know, one of the major things that all of them have been able to talk about, they have been able to go to the portal, but all of them in some way, shape, or form have talked about either the offensive or defensive lines.
Yeah, I mean, any level of football, the game is decided in the trenches. You can have the best quarterback in the world, but if he's back there running for his life,
yeah.
all that ability and ability to read defense is negated because he's trying to save his own bacon. So you got to have a good quarterback, obviously, but the first things first. You got to have somebody in there to protect that quarterback, and on the other side, you got to get somebody who can get after that quarterback, because if you give them, you know, all day to throw it around the yard, it's going to be a long day for your team.
Absolutely. Let's take a look while we wait for Coach Taylor. As a matter of fact, he is right. He's coming up here right now. Let's take a look at the All-SWAC second-team offense, and you start off with Andrew Body from Texas Southern University. Ja'Cory Howard is next, and then we spoke with him earlier, Ahmad Antoine from Prairie View A&M University, Eli Fields, the offensive lineman from Southern University, Arrington Taylor from Prairie View A&M University, and Ryan Atkins Frazier from Arkansas Pine Bluff. You look at that list, and we're going to look at the second part of this second team all offense for the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Cameron Colvin from Florida A&M, TJ Yarbrough. This is first team, by the way. Sherrod from Florida A&M. Here's the second team offense here. We talked about them. Alston, Torrance, Rash, Lyndon Rash from Grambling State University, Marcus Riley, Kamari Young from Florida A&M. Now joining us on the set is the head coach, one of the new coaches this year, head Coach T.C. Taylor from Jackson State University. New, of course, as a head coach, but not new to the game.
No,
Coach, how are you?
Not at all.
I'm good. Glad to be here, man. How y'all doing? Y'all
hey,
look
man,
nice, too, man.
Hashtag play for TC, hashtag guard the yard.
Hey, we got more coming
Hey,
now.
it's hashtag you in
I'm
Jackson.
trying to tell you. We got more coming now.
Look, now here's the thing. I remember calling some of his games when he was at Jackson State University. I feel old.
It sneaks up on you, Santoria.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
I remember him being a player on that field. I remember interviewing him, and now all of a sudden he's here as a head coach.
Yeah.
I mean, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you, man. I'm excited about it. It's great to be here. It's been a great last couple of days. You know, it really started to set in when you come through the double doors of this hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Like, hey, man, I'm the head guy.
You know, you're in such a unique situation. When they talk about, you know, following in the footsteps of somebody famous and iconic, people always say, hey, you don't want to be that guy. You want to be the next guy. Mm-hmm. But you were in such a good position because of your history with Jackson State. You were a part of this team the last couple of years as an assistant coach that was kicking butt and taking names. This is really a great position for you.
It is. You know, it's all about relationships in the business we in. You know, being with Coach Prime the last couple of years, seeing how he done things as a first-time head coach. You know, he was a one-time first-time head coach when he came here. The expectations and the things that he instilled in the players on a day-to-day basis were good. And you talk about the other coaches that I've been around here as a player, you know, and just growing up around, you know, James Big Daddy Carson, Robert Hughes, you know, the things that they brought to the game as great coaches here. So I'm excited about it. You know, I understand all the people that want to touch our program, you know, and those are the ones that matter, you know, the ones that matter, the people that want to do things for our program, and it's not going unnoticed. You know, it's kind of been like all hands on deck. You know, and that's what I've been so excited about, the support that we receive as a program, you know, just not from Jackson State fans, just everybody in the country right now. And a lot of that is because of what Coach Prime, you know, did for this program the last couple of years as a head coach. You talk about undefeated in the SWAC, 2-time Celebration Bowl appearances and stuff like that. So I just want to continue that, you know, and continue that blueprint. You know, at the same time, put some things, you know, little tweaks here and there, you know, to my football team. But I'm excited about it.
And there's a lot of teams, Santoria, that want some get back.
Oh, yeah,
from
definitely.
those last couple of years.
No doubt.
You know, what are some of the biggest lessons that you learned from Coach Prime, not only as a head coach but as a manager? Because, you know, you have to really have discipline and really have organization to go through what you guys did in the last couple of years. What's the biggest lesson you learned from him?
The discipline he demanded of the football team. You know, you talk about a guy that was one of the probably the greatest player to ever play the game, and to see him take that to coaching. That's what was impressive to me, and the demand of, you know, the student athletes on a day-to-day basis. And, you know, he could take the least talented player and get the most out of him. You know, and that's something that I can remember writing that down, you know, not giving up on, you know, that least talented dude. How do I make him, you know, successful and help Jackson State football in this program, you know? But just the way he approached it every day, you know, every day it was a job. He never took a day off. He was always in the building, and, you know, he put that into the players, the coaching staff, the trainers, everybody that was around, you know, preached one thing. You know, you guys heard it, being dominant. And, you know, we were going to win, and that's what he did.
You know, the Sanders you might miss the most, Shedeur, and those 40 touchdowns that he threw last year.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people out there want to know, what's the quarterback situation going to be this year?
It's looking good. You know, I'm taking my time with it. You know, Shedeur Sanders was a tremendous talent in this league. He's going to continue to be a good football player up in Colorado. But the things that he did here as a quarterback were great. You know, and I'm excited about the guys we got coming in. You know, you got Jason Brown, a transfer from Virginia Tech, Zy McDonald from Louisiana Lafayette, Jacobian Morgan from Syracuse, Phillip Short, a junior college All-American, and Grayson. You know, it's been great this summer to see how these guys compete on a day-to-day basis. This is something that I tell him, you know, me being a former quarterback, it's the guy that this football team wants to rally behind, and the guy that goes out there and protects the football.
You know, you spoke about the legends that coached at Jackson State University. You know, when you see your name in that next line with all of these legends that have been a part of this program, when you were named the head coach, what did that mean to you to be that name next to all those legends?
Oh, man, it was I felt the responsibility. You know, the number one name that popped in my mind was W.C. Gordon.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's the GOAT to me. You know, I can remember going to lunch with him a couple of times, but, you know, just the way the things he used to talk to me about, you know, same deal, you know, instilling him and believing in your players, trust your process as a head coach, you know, and but that's the name that popped in my mind. But I understand the responsibility. We got some of the most energized fans.
Yes. There's no doubt.
It don't matter who we playing week in, week out. They expect to win, and you know I want our fans to continue that. You know, because our football team understands that, and we're excited about it.
Well, look, you're such a popular man. You're in such high demand. I got about 5 people over there telling me you got to go over there to the big stage.
Okay.
So play for TC, guard the yard.
Appreciate
we'll catch
it.
up with you during
right.
the year.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Coach T.C. Carson from Jackson
Taylor,
State.
man.
T.C. Taylor.
He's not in Hollywood yet.
Coach T.C. Taylor
Appreciate
from
y'all.
Jackson State University. Let's go over to Charles Bishop, who's with the Jackson State University student athletes.
Well, they were over here, and now they're headed up to the stage as well. But we had Devontae Davis and we had J.D. Martin. Devontae, he will be anchoring this Jackson State defense this upcoming season. And J.D. Martin, I call him a Swiss Army knife. He can do a little bit of everything. He runs in between the tackles. He catches the ball out of the backfield, and he can bounce it outside. So 2 very good players for this Jackson State football team.
Well, look, and we're going to keep talking Jackson State football. No better man than you.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck.
You know a little bit.
A little bit.
I mean, the JSU fans, there's a lot of change in the program, obviously. We talked about that. But you guys still expect and want to keep that feeling of winning and staying on top, right?
Well, I remember a former coach talking about the importance of championship DNA. And that's something that this Jackson State football team has. They are the back-to-back SWAC champions. and that DNA is now within the program. It is reaching back and capturing that SWAC championship swagger that this football team and this fan base have. So they have a huge chip on their shoulder going into the season with the roster turnover. But if there's anybody that can lead this program, it is T.C. Taylor.
Well, you did a lot of work with the pregame show. You know, if some of these teams start to get some W's, you're going to hear about it.
Oh, you know I am. It's a given.
Well, look, he's got you talk about TC, he's got a great coaching staff with him as well. And, you know, one of the big things about Jackson State, and, you know, look, there's a lot of truth to what he says. They have probably one of the most energetic fan bases around, and they travel extremely well. I don't care where you go. If Jackson's playing, they're traveling.
Look, you cannot deny, no matter which side of the fence you fall on, when the I Love is rolling, there's no bigger spectacle in the SWAC and in college football. I mean, these guys travel. You want them at your stadium. How many people, you know, there's a couple of people wanted to schedule Jackson State for homecoming last year because they knew what was coming. They know the fans, you know, not only are going to travel, they know the fans in their community want to come out. Whether you're hate watching, love watching, you want to see the band, you have some sort of emotional interest in that game no matter where it falls on the spectrum.
I heard one of the Jackson State University fans when I was there this past year, they said whether the I love or the I hate, the I go. Because they are definitely going to the games. And, you know, look at their schedule this year to start things out. South Carolina State in the MEAC SWAC Challenge. That's a primetime game on ABC. Then they got Florida A&M, and that will be in the Orange Blossom Classic, and then Southern University, and then Texas State. You talk about, I should say Texas State. You talk about a game or a four-game stretch that is going to be a gauntlet. That's it right there.
Chuck is standing over there. Chuck, tell me about the storyline of South Carolina State. The I Love, do they want some get back, or they just forgot about that Celebration Bowl a couple of years ago?
Well, I think it's a bit of a collective sort of get back, not just for Jackson State, but for the SWAC, because at some point you have to prove that you are as physical as this conference. This is a conference that has punched the SWAC, quite honestly, in the nose for the past few Celebration Bowls. So I think Jackson State, like I said, with that chip on their shoulder, they will have something to go out there and prove. So I know they're really excited to get out on the field against that South Carolina State Bulldog team.
Yeah, and what a way to do it on prime time, ABC. That's going to be a night game, as a matter of fact. But, man, you know, that's a three-game stretch right off the bat. You got Florida A&M and Southern University, those two games after the South Carolina State game, which means a lot in conference play. I mean, those are huge games.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to take an opportunity to shout out. We're doing a simulcast on the SWAC Digital Network and HBCU Game Day, where I make my living when I'm not hanging out with Santoria. Santoria, we've got almost 2,000 people have checked out the stream this morning. We got about 400 people hanging out with us right now. The comment section is popping. Let me see what I can read in the comments there.
Yeah, what you can read.
That ain't too spicy. Stephen Campbell, he wanted to give a shout out to TC. He said TC was clean. I don't know if anybody can ever match Coach Dooley in what he was doing. Roderick Marshall says definitely not going undefeated. I assume he's talking about Jackson State there. And then we have a comeback from Israel Carey, who said, you'll like this one, Santoria, JSU is going to bust y'all head to the white meat. I don't know whose head they were talking about, but whenever you get somebody down to the white meat, that is a lick that you've laid on them.
You know, we've been talking about all the classic games that are coming up with Jackson State. You know, they've got the Orange Blossom Classic against Florida A&M. And, you know, when you look at these classics, it's one of the things that makes HBCU football so great across the country. And for the Southwestern Athletic Conference, they start things off with the MEAC SWAC Challenge. That game, of course, will be on ABC. What a game to kick off the year. And that's one of those games where you look at it and you say, man, if there's a game to have, it's Jackson State against South Carolina State. And then after the MEAC SWAC Challenge, another big classic that has conference implications, and that would be Texas Southern and Prairie View A&M in the Labor Day Classic in Houston, Texas. Big way to start off Labor Day.
Look, it won't mean the season is over, but it will be a heads up for whoever wins that game. You know, Southern is the team to beat on paper, but look, as we saw last year in the West, there was 3 teams in there who could have gotten things done, and Texas Southern was one of those teams. That will be a huge, huge game for Coach McKinney, for Andrew Boddy, and that Texas Southern team.
You get to October, the Magic City Classic, of course, featuring two teams in the state of Alabama, and, of course, that is Alabama A&M and Alabama State. And you talk about a game where everybody goes out to in the state of Alabama. Birmingham, where we are at right now, will be packed.
You know, I'm a country boy. I was born in Clinton, North Carolina, but the Magic City Classic is the only place I've been where I saw a hog on the spit, and I think 15 minutes before I saw that hog, he was running around. That thing, man, the tongue still looked like it was moving. He was trying to talk. He said, "Get me off of here." You can ride an electric bull on the streets at the Magic City Classic. It is a spectacle to be there.
Charles,
and it's a great game.
Charles Bishop, have you ever rode the electric bull before?
I've never rode the electric bull. It sounds like a spectacle. It sounds fun, but I have to try it someday, maybe.
Look, man, it is so misleading because it's moving. You're like, I can do that. Man, the first time that bull bucks.
I'm going to end up on YouTube if I get on something like that.
Exactly.
I just
a meme.
YouTube City. Florida Classic is at the end of the year. Florida A&M and Bethune-Cookman. Of course, Bethune-Cookman with a new coach this year, but this is always a big game.
Absolutely. And Bethune-Cookman has spoiled the party plenty of years for FAMU, especially those years where you thought, oh, FAMU was the better team. It's so cliche to say throw the records out, but if there's any classic in the SWAC where it really doesn't matter who is the quote-unquote better team, it is this one because it is anyone's game every year. And Bethune-Cookman could be a team on the rise this year. New program, new coach, new philosophy, new players, and FAMU is definitely the team to beat out in the East.
This year, of course, the Bayou Classic will celebrate 50 years. Grambling and Southern University will battle it out in the Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana. 50th anniversary of the Bayou Classic. And this is going to be a game that's going to mean a lot for everybody.
I've never been in person. I'm always kind of, somewhere on the East Coast, somewhere in Georgia, Alabama. You're there all the time. What is it like to be there, Santoria?
It is incredible. It's the greatest show on earth, I'm telling you. It's really, really an incredible weekend, incredible atmosphere between two schools. It's like your cousins battling it out. You're good until after Thanksgiving dinner, and then you don't want to see anybody until after the game on Saturday. Of course, before we end this thing, you got the SWAC championship game that will be December the 16th. Will be in the first part of December, and then the Celebration Bowl will end it all out December the 16th. And of course, with the celebration, I see John Grant right over there. He's getting ready to come up here in just a second.
Hey, and the commissioner, he had some words about the Celebration Bowl and what that means for the SWAC, and maybe why they hadn't won here or there. So it's been an interesting conversation. But you cannot talk about the Celebration Bowl without talking about the man who takes care of everybody when we get to the A, and that is John Grant. What's up, brother?
Thank you guys so much for having me. I feel big time here on the SWAC Digital Network. I'm here with some legends, brother.
Well, I don't know about that, but
it's getting thick. It's getting thick.
I know, right? Well, look, I've known you for a good little while now. This game, it has grown so much over the years, and not just from a standpoint of attendance, but the television viewership really has gone far and beyond, I think, what a lot of fans even thought.
Well, we've been very fortunate, and we've had a lot of support from guys like you and people in the media that continue to talk about the value that this game brings to our HBCU platform. We've been a lot of support from ESPN in terms of the investments that they make in it and the ability to let me do my thing. Mm-hmm. And certainly, from the member institutions in both conferences who start the season out with the goal of ending up in Atlanta. So we've just been very fortunate, and there's still a lot to come.
Absolutely.
The beauty of what ESPN Events does, we start in Atlanta and we end in Atlanta with the SWAC MEAC Challenge and then the Celebration Bowl. And I live in Atlanta, man. There's so many alumni in that area. It is, and I'm not telling you things you guys don't know, but it's so rich with so many HBCU alums there.
It is, and we have a wonderful partnership with the Atlanta HBCU Alumni Alliance, which is the largest conglomerate of HBCU alumni chapters in the country. And so when you have a place like Atlanta, which you live in, Tolly, it's a #1 destination for African Americans to travel. Mm-hmm. I like to call it Wakanda. I mean, we've got the largest HBCU conglomerate of HBCUs with the Atlanta University Center there. We have Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. And it can continue. So it's to have
We got HBCU game day in
Game
Atlanta.
days, that's right, that's right. The studios are right there in Atlanta,
Yeah.
so you know what? That's where it's supposed to be. So look, it is Wakanda, and so we're just excited to be able to bring both of these properties and a diversity of sport to the Atlanta market, and then to give fans a world-class, second-to-none experience, whether they're watching it or whether they come. Is something that they can be proud of, and a place that we know they enjoy being.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that you tell fans all the time and that you and your staff work on is it's not just about the game, it's the experience the entire time they are in Atlanta, from the players to the coaches to the fans. Everybody has so many things that they can do to get the experience of what this weekend means.
That is true, because I say to the staff, we're not in the business of putting on a football game. We create content, and that content is consumed at the point that someone decides they want to come. And how is it that they can get information? How easy is it to get tickets? What is it like when they show up at hotels? What is it like when they show up at the event? And all the way through that, so they will regurgitate the content that they experience on the back end as it relates to the time that they had engaging in it. So we focus heavily on that. And the rest sort of takes care of itself. And when you do that, then you're building a world-class platform where fans are at the forefront of an experience that they can have nowhere else.
Talking with John Grant, Executive Director of the Celebration Bowl. John, ESPN has their hierarchy. Obviously, you got Plus, you might be on ESPN2, you might be on ESPN, ABC. The SWAC has really been coming up with their placement on the platform each year, more and more eyeballs.
They have, and I can tell you, when the Celebration Bowl launched, there were a total of about 30 HBCU games on ESPN networks. I mean, this year, the SWAC alone will have 34 themselves. And that doesn't include games that we're covering with the SIAC, CIAA basketball, and certainly the MEAC when you look at football as well. So the idea that right now HBCU sports and HBCUs in general are as hot as they've ever been, it means that we, working with our institutions and people like you, have to help make sure that they understand how to monetize television. It's not just about being on TV, but how you take the fact that you're on TV, turn it into increased enrollment, turn it into increased donations from corporations, turn it to increased donations from your alumni association, and investments in the university, so that you can turn around and reinvest back into the athletic programs that are the front door to each of these universities as well.
One more question before we let you go. Of course, December 16th, date of the Celebration Bowl this year in Atlanta, Georgia. What can fans expect this year?
Well, the first thing they can expect is to be in Atlanta and tune in on August the 26th on ABC, because Jackson State will be taking on South Carolina State in a rematch from the 2021 Cricket Celebration Bowl. We booked that game in 2019 without any idea that they would actually meet in the Celebration Bowl. So I'm putting that out there to SWAC fans. I'm not starting anything. But let me tell you what they're saying on the MEAC. They're saying that this is going to be the beatdown. Now I'm telling you on the SWAC side with Jackson State, they're calling it the get back. So this is like the OK Corral and the Clantons and the Earps meeting in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And so to start the season with such a great, high-profile, big game on ABC in prime time, I think speaks volumes to where we've evolved this to. And then to end the season on ABC, opening the bowl season with the Cricket Celebration Bowl, we couldn't have asked anything more. And certainly I want to thank again you guys and all of your cohorts to continue to advocate for what we have and what we do in helping us build it.
Absolutely. Well, John Grant, the Executive Director of the Celebration Bowl, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Of course, starting in Atlanta and ending in Atlanta. MEAC SWAC Challenge to start the season, and, of course, the Celebration Bowl to end the season. All right, when we come back, Mississippi Valley is on the clock. We'll talk to their head coach, and we'll also get you more information on what's coming up with some of the classics this year and some games happening between the SWAC and the SEC over the next 5 years. You'll be interested in seeing where some of these SWAC schools will be playing at. We'll take this time out. We're here in Birmingham at the 2023 football kickoff here in Birmingham.
Huge play coming up.
Talking about dropping the ball.
I got the score.
Tostitos Hardy Dippers.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Did you know HBCUs are a great place to network? Yes! Did you know cricket has a great network with Speedy 5G and is a proud supporter of HBCUs?
Yes! Mia, everybody already knows that.
Dante, did you know this is an A and B conversation? So you need to see yourself out. He knows now.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication and dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
Welcome back to Birmingham, Alabama, the 2023 Kickoff Media Day here at the Sheridan Hotel in Birmingham. And now we are joined by the head coach of the Grambling State University Tigers from the Piney Hills of North Louisiana, the head coach Hugh Jackson joining us. And Coach Jackson, thank you so much for being here, brother.
Hey, thank you for having me. Excited about what a tremendous day.
It is. It really is. You know, this marks the end of vacations for some or the last vacation for others. For you and your coaching staff, there hasn't been too many days off.
No, and we shouldn't be too many days off. There's a lot of work we needed to do. We've dove all the way in. Our sleeves are rolled up, and we're just going to keep working.
Now, look, you guys work together all the time. Santoria there at Grambling, I could have left and just taken a coffee break during this interview. So, Coach, let me try to ask you something intelligent here. You look at the stats from 2022. I know those 31 points you allowed, I know that was probably something that just stuck in your craw all offseason.
Oh, absolutely, because I know when people see that, they first think of the defense. But sometimes the offense, we're putting the defense in those situations. But that's something we have to improve. Obviously, we want that number to come down tremendously, and we want the number on the offensive side to go up tremendously. So we got some work to do.
When you talk about the getting personnel this year, you not only did some great work on the offensive side, but on the defensive side as well.
Yes, we did. You know, we went into this offseason after the season of having to evaluate our football team, thinking through the conference, tremendous coaches, tremendous players. We knew we needed to get bigger, stronger, and faster. We knew we needed more competition at every position on our football team, and I think we accomplished that. And so we're looking forward to these guys going to training camp and continue to grow and build and continue to build this culture. Let's go play some football.
When you have a player as dominant as Anderson on your defensive side of the ball. How does that make everybody else better, or how does that work in practice when you got one of the most dominant players in the league on your team in practice?
We try to give him a lot of different looks because he makes it rough on offensive coaches and offensive players. But at the same time, he understands in order for us to get better, iron sharpens iron. That's the great saying. And we're only going to get better if we can block a guy like him.
He's not the only dominant guy on the defensive staff. You got some linebackers back there that are really good.
Yeah, Lewis Matthews, who's also here, tremendous player, was one of the leading tacklers in the conference. You just talked about two of the better players in the conference. So defensively, that's where our strength is heading into the season. But we understand that in order for us to be great, that everybody on our football team got to raise their level of play.
Now, the other thing, Coach, is that your schedule, the way you start off, you've got Hampton University to start things off. Then you play LSU. A tough 2-week stretch.
Oh, absolutely. We're excited about going to New York, New Jersey, and going to play in one of these classic games. That's what Coach Robinson used to always do, is take these real good football teams on the road, so take the show on the road. And then we go to LSU, who is a tremendous, tremendous football team in Baton Rouge. And so we're looking forward to it.
How do you measure success in a game like LSU? I mean, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, the paycheck is the success, but
I don't want the paycheck. I want to make sure we don't get injured.
Right.
No, it's again, we want to go and play. Again, we're going to go prepare the right way. We're going in there to win the game. And then if it begins to be different, then we will respond differently. I think that's what you have to do in those kind of situations.
The other thing, Coach, is that in coming into this year, the expectations, I know, are always high at Grambling State University. What have you said to fans? Because they ask you all the time. First, I know they ask you about Bayou Classic because it's the 50th anniversary, obviously. But when fans ask you questions about, what is Grambling going to look like this year? How do you answer that? What does Grambling look like?
I'm not going to run from that.
Yeah.
I mean, because you can't. That's why I have the job. I came here to win championships, so I can't run from that question. What I needed to do was improve our football team so I can answer the question intelligently, and I think we did that because again, when I was first here, we did recruiting, but I didn't think we really recruited to the profile of what my vision of what our football team can be. And now, being in the conference, seeing the players, seeing the coaches, I was able to redirect our thought process as to what we needed as a staff first, and then what we needed as a football team, and we did that.
Coach, where are you with your plan? I imagine when you came here, you had a plan that, a vision, that you stretched out over a couple of seasons. Where are you in that process from what you saw?
I would felt like I was behind because I didn't anticipate a 3-8 season. I really didn't. But at the same time, I understood it because there's a lot of young players that played, and when I'm playing a freshman at quarterback, that says a lot, And so right now we got some catching up to do. I think in year 2, hopefully I hope to catapult us into where I think we have the potential to be this year.
One other thing, Coach, that I want to ask about, and I asked Coach Dooley the same thing. It is the 50th anniversary of the Bayou Classic. It is a benchmark for classics all over. When you get the 50th anniversary, it means you're doing something right. What does that mean? You've been here 1 year. You've been able to coach. You look at this as a huge game coming up, and I know fans and alumni from all over talk about how much the game means, but especially this year.
No doubt. It's the 50th year. It's one of the greatest classic games in all the world. In all of college football, in my opinion. Me being a part of it last year, I was amazed, just the electricity and everything that led up to the game. And so I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be special. Obviously, it's the 50th year, and it's Southern and Grambling. Doesn't get any better than that.
What do we do when we get that Gucci outfit and we get this fire red blazer in the like? Somebody's got to walk out the winner.
Yeah,
like
he did a year ago, but it's time for Grambling to walk out the winner.
There you go. Absolutely.
From here on in.
Well, Coach, of course, getting ready for the start of this season. You guys start, I believe, beginning of August, if I'm not mistaken. What's a couple of things left that you want to get accomplished before the kids start coming back to get ready for the fall?
Well, I want to make sure that we as a staff, that we're ready to go. We're going to go on a retreat on the 28th and just spend some time really discussing what we have to do, because I think that's so important, because I want to create the vision first for the staff. And as you know, it's a top-down thing. It flows from the head coach to the assistant coaches to the players. And so that's the most important thing we have going. And then just making sure all of our players make it back safely, make it back in town on time and ready to go and eager to start this process and this journey on towards our championship.
Well, Coach, it is going to be another great year. Of course, you got Hampton, you got LSU, then the first home game against Florida Memorial. It doesn't get any easier.
No, it doesn't. But the fun part, Santoria, is that we're going to be at home.
Yes.
Early. Last year, 6 games on the road.
Right.
I've
Yeah.
never seen anything like that before.
Yeah.
So I'm just thankful that our administration made sure we were at home early in this year. So we're looking forward to being at home that 3rd game.
Absolutely. Back-to-back weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
Man,
Coach,
I haven't seen that in a
when you
long
have
time.
a problem, talk to Santoria.
That's right.
He'll fix it.
He'll get it right for us.
All right, that is head coach Hugh Jackson here. We're for the Grambling State University Tigers. We are at SWAC Media Day. And, of course, Charles, you had a chance to see Grambling not only from the standpoint of the Grambling Southern rival, but you also had a chance to see Grambling and Jackson. This is going to be a really banner year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Grambling this upcoming season. And I wanted to ask you, Coach, are there a couple of names that SWAC fans or Grambling fans should look for this upcoming season?
Oh, absolutely. When I think of on offense, obviously we have the Sundiata and the Matthews, but when I think on offense, I think the quarterback battle. Whoever wins that guy's going to be a really good football player for us. Julian Calvez, Miles Crawley. Also on offense, when I think of Carlton Guidry, the guy is he's electric, and Lyndon Rash, who's been just Mr. Professional for us since he's been at Grambling. When I go over on defense, when I think of Jabin Carter, I think he's going to have a bang-up year for us. Lane Lewis is really ready to take off again. And then when I look at our corner position, we feel like we're 7 deep at corner. So I'm excited about our football team and where we're headed and where we can be.
Well, Coach, thank you so much. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we are expected to have Mississippi Valley on the clock. We are here in Birmingham, Alabama at the beautiful Sheridan in downtown for the 2023 football kickoff here at Media Day. Back after this.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication and dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
Like Mike, if I could be like Mike.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires drip, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies. Because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
Huge play coming up.
Talking about dropping the ball.
I got the score.
Tostitos Hardy Dippers.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Back at the 2023 football kickoff, Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama. Santoria Black along with Tolly Carr. And we thank you so much for joining us. And now joining us, the head coach of the Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils, head coach Kendrick Wade. Coach Wade, new to the as a head coach at Mississippi Valley, but not new to coaching. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir. I'm so excited to be here. It's been a thrill.
Absolutely. You know, you came into this year, and, you know, I know that you have a plan trying to make sure that the team kind of continues in some of the momentum that it had. What are some of the things that you did coming into this new role?
Well, first of all, you know, we've signed 61 new players since we've been on campus. Just kind of attacked the transfer portal the correct way. We went out and got the type of kids that we want that fit what we do at Mississippi Valley State. So that's been the biggest thing, just getting better players on campus.
Absolutely.
Coach Wade, you take over for Coach Dancy. You're an offensive-minded coach. You played wide receiver at Mississippi Valley State. Yeah. You know, when you read your resume, you have really worked some magic with wide receivers, you know, taking them from the HBCU level to the NFL. Yes. You had Shamar Bridges when you were coaching at Fort Valley State. He's with the Ravens now. What is it about that position that you love to impart in those wide receivers?
Man, just small fundamental details. You know, your God-given ability is your God-given ability. You know, just being able to just kind of teach these guys just basic fundamental play, which allows them to go to the next level and play. If you go to the NFL, they're not trying to teach you how to be a receiver. They want to plug you in and say, go play ball. So just development of those guys.
And I would imagine fans out there maybe can expect to see a really offensive-minded approach at Valley this year.
Yeah, we're gonna be a little bit more wide open than they've been in the previous years. We're gonna play with a little tempo, 11 personnel, 10 personnel. We're gonna try to move the ball around a little bit.
You know, Coach, when you start taking a look at this program, it is a legendary program, great players on both sides of the ball. When you look at the team now, what are some of the things that you tell them that, hey, in order for us to win, this is what we have to do?
Win every day. Mm-hmm. You know, we just focus on just doing winning things each and every day. So we don't focus on the outcome. Every day we're blessed to be here. We wake up and just try to get better. So we always clearly identify our areas of weakness. Whatever we didn't do so well the previous day, we attack that the next day. So we just focus on just doing all these small, minute things right, correct, every single day.
And, of course, you guys don't have an easy schedule to start with, but one of the highlight games on this schedule, especially if you're in the state of Mississippi, the battle that you'll have against Delta State.
Yes. Hadn't beat Delta State since I played at Valley back in 2002, and that's going to be a very exciting game. I talk to Coach Cooley all the time, a guy I worked for last year over at Delta State, and he's very excited about that game as well, so it should be fun.
Now, you brought a couple players with you from Delta State. You're looking at some of the guys who signed. You know, it's a multi-pronged approach. I saw a kid from Virginia State. You know, it's not always, you know, people are always like, oh, man, you got to get an FBS. But sometimes you can take some of that D2 talent
Absolutely.
And really work them into your system.
Man, our biggest thing, regardless of level, we want the guys that fit, you know, not just the skill set but the right mindset. We're a blue-collar organization, and we like kids who love football, not the ideal football, who loves putting on pads and just playing football, not the social media and all the other things come with it. So regardless of the level, if you're a good football player, you fit what we do, then we want you at the Valley.
Now, at the Valley, you know, of course, there's a lot of tradition there. As a player, you know that. What are some things that you're teaching your kids about the tradition at Valley?
Well, first of all, I've had Willie Totten come in and speak to the guys during the spring. Parnell Dixon came in and talked to those guys. Jared Rice will be coming on August 2nd via Zoom to talk to the team. So the guys that's been there and done it at Valley, just letting those guys hear from those guys have helped out a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
Man, when Jerry Rice is on that Zoom, the room should be dead silent.
No kid will. It will be. Trust me, it will.
Nothing but listening.
Absolutely.
Well, look, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Continue success in what you do. And, you know, look, we're looking forward to a great season at the Valley.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. That is Kendrick Wade, the new coach at Mississippi Valley. And now, of course, we've got Charles Bishop, who's got some well-dressed Delta Devils over there with him. Charles?
Very well-dressed Delta Devils down here, over here with Jamari Jones. Nice little J9 action there. Coach Wade, he mentioned he's an offensive guy, former wide receiver. He's got as a quarterback.
Yeah, yes, sir. Just the system that they've put in, I mean, we're all 100% bought in. We're just ready to go execute.
Sure thing. When you take a look at what some of the things that you guys are trying to do here in the spring and coming into camp, what are you excited about?
I'm just excited about this team. I mean, it's just the atmosphere around it, the excitement is just completely different. Like, it feels like a new team. We're just all working towards one goal, and I think we're ready.
Sure thing. Over here with Brandon Williams. Valley always known to have a real stingy defense. What is you're looking forward to with regards to this Valley defense?
We're just trying to get out there and make sure we fly around and just execute alignment, assignment, just capitalize on the small things, but pre-snap reads, things like that.
No doubt about it. It's nothing like hearing that Devil's Gun fire up in the stands, huh?
Yes, sir. We can't wait.
There it is, Mississippi Valley State. Check out the suits. The suits are nice now, okay? Mississippi Valley State bringing much swag here to the SWAC Media Day.
Absolutely. And Charles, look, I could wear something like that.
You know, when I was in the Christian youth choir, I might have had one of those with a matching cummerbund, but it's been a while. They can still pull it off.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of just off the rack dull here.
Well, you look at the Delta Devils schedule. They start off against Central State. That'll be in Chicago Windy City Classic. Then they have an off week early this year. Then Delta State, and then a game which kind of North Carolina Central wants some revenge because Mississippi Valley beat North Carolina Central the last time that these two teams played. And so this is going to be a little revenge factor for them.
Yeah, and that's going to add a lot because North Carolina Central, you got to give it to them. They are the Black College national champions.
Mm-hmm.
They won the Celebration Bowl last year. But it shows that, man, you can beat the best, and then you can lose to somebody that maybe you're overlooking a little bit. So parity is one of those cliche words, but it is a real thing.
Yep,
and it pops up and bites you from time to time.
Oh, yeah. There's no question. Well, Valley won't be at home for a while. Their first home game will be against Florida A&M on September the 30th to end out the month there, and then Prairie View A&M in Texas. Long road trip there, then Pine Bluff and Jackson State at home before making the trip over to Alcorn State University. So not an easy schedule for Valley and for Coach Wade in his first year at Mississippi Valley. But I think that one of the things that has to happen is, and he talked about it, is they got to learn to win every day.
Man. Jerry Rice on a Zoom call.
Oh, I'd like to be there. maybe you can do a special from Valley on that day.
Man, the most iconic wide receiver that's out there, and a product like he walked in these same places that you're walking. And, and wasn't the fastest, but it was his discipline and his ability to be consistent that allowed him to make it and have that type of career. And just to be able to come back and give back to those kids is so special.
Yeah, there was a story that he talked about when he trained off-season with Walter Payton, who was just dogmatic when he trained at Jackson State University. And he says, look, the way that Walter trained, and I went there and I came to it like Walter did. But, yeah, just really disciplined. It's really good to see a legend like Jerry Rice speaking with the kids at Valley because it's someone who walked in their shoes.
Right. I think Deion Sanders was talking about Jerry Rice recently to one of his kids, and he said, look, he wasn't a 4-4 guy, but, he was 4-5 at the beginning of the game and the end of the game. And it was that, consistency that really made his mark as, best ever to do it.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have the second team defensive honors, and we will also talk about the Florida A&M Rattlers. Coach Willie Simmons will be coming up in just a little bit. We are at the 2023 SWAC Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama. Back after this.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Huge play coming up.
Talking about dropping the ball.
I got the score.
Tostitos Hardy Dippers.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Like Mike, if I could be like Mike.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires drip, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies. Because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Welcome back to Birmingham, Alabama, the 2023 SWAC Football Media Day here at the Sheridan Hotel downtown. And you know, Tolly, we've been talking a lot about all the players and coaches, and one of the things that we want to get to here in just a second is the second team defense. But a little breaking news that we just had.
Yeah, I just saw this online. I know you guys probably saw it even before we did, but Bronny James, the son of LeBron James, suffered a cardiac arrest while practicing today at USC, where he's a basketball player. The reports that we have seen, he was initially in intensive care. They now have upgraded him out of intensive care, but man, really a scary situation. You know, someone that young, that fit, that athletic, suffering cardiac arrest. So we definitely want to send our prayers and wishes to the James family. LeBron James, part of the reason we mentioned it, a big supporter of FAMU.
Yeah.
They have all those different LeBron, you know, colorway jerseys and shoes, and he's, you know, supported FAMU, you know, through his branding. So just a sad moment, you know, very fortunate that he's still alive, but suffered a cardiac arrest. Bronny James did this morning.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to shift gears right now and talk about the all-conference second team on defense. And, of course, when you start looking at this second team defense on the defensive line, you look at Gibbons from Southern University, Michael Akins from Texas Southern, Kendarius Clark from Arkansas Pine Bluff, also Hunt from Florida A&M. This is
gentle
a very
Hunt. He's not very gentle.
No, he's not. He's not at all. So a very strong defensive line, and this is the second team, and this is a strong line.
Yeah, you got Jalen Campbell there for Southern. Got some more guys there on that second-team defense. You got Rico Dozier from Pine Bluff as well. You know, that's a good foundation for Pine Bluff to try to build on that defensive line as they kind of start things over there. You got Ellis from Alcorn State, Adrian Maddox from Alabama State, his teammate Cale Jackson. You got Kevin Thomas and Kristen Davis there representing Grambling and Southern.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you start taking a look at the second team, there's a lot of talent there, and there's some guys here that are going to be looked up to when this season starts. So very big opportunity here for these second teamers to move up to the first team.
Yeah, and special teams. We got to give our shout out to the second team All SWAC special team selections. You got the place kicker there.
Anthony Turnage.
Yeah, there you go. We got Robbins Buplan, the punter from Southern. You got Lewis and Blackwell there from Texas Southern and Southern return specialists. And the long snapper. Do not forget the long snapper, Braxton Blackwell.
Yeah, and I can tell you Anthony Turnage, very good place kicker. So he's going to be somebody to watch out for this year. Now, of course, the Southwestern Athletic Conference will have quite a few games on television this year. We've spoke about the SWAC MEAC Challenge. We've spoke about the Celebration Bowl, Bayou Classic, all those games on television. But the ESPN schedule is out, and there are so many great games. As the commissioner said, over 80% of the games in the conference will be on television this year, starting on August the 26th, week 0.
Yeah, and that's on ABC. So that means your rabbit ears. You don't have to have cable. You don't have to have a digital plan. You just put that thing on top of your TV, man. Wherever you put it, you can check out South Carolina State, Jackson State. We got Southern Alabama State. We got that Labor Day weekend, ESPN Plus, Prairie View, and Texas Southern. And then on that Sunday, you got the Orange Blossom Classic. Man, past couple of years, we figured out the East. Starting things right out of the gate, Jackson State and FAMU. Coming back the next week, you got JSU and Southern. All these games are plus, and that game's actually going to be on tape delay as well, so you can catch it a little later. That Jackson State and Southern game, you got Florida Memorial Grambling and Alabama A&M and Southern on the weekend of the 16th there.
Arkansas Pine Bluff and Alabama A&M will be on the U. That'll be September the 21st, and then Bethune-Cookman at Jackson State on ESPN Plus. The same day, Alabama State at Florida A&M, and then the next week, the lone game on the ESPN networks, Grambling and Prairie View. That'll be the State Fair Classic in Dallas, Texas, a part of the Texas State Fair. And then the following week, Grambling at Alcorn, October the 7th. Grambling spoiled Alcorn's homecoming a couple of years. October the 7th also, 3 games that day, as a matter of fact. A&M at Jackson, or will play Jackson, and Florida A&M will play at Southern University. Those games yet to be determined on what ESPN platform they will be on. October the 14th, a couple of games, Alabama State at Jackson and Alabama A&M at Grambling. The following week, 2 games on the docket, Jackson State at Mississippi Valley and Florida A&M at Texas Southern. October the 28th, 3 games that day, Jackson at Arkansas Pine Bluff, and then the Magic City Classic, Alabama A&M and Alabama State right here in Birmingham, Alabama. That game on ESPN Plus. And then the last game, of course, on that October the 28th that day. And, of course, on November the 2nd, Mississippi Valley and Bethune-Cookman. The 4th, 3 games, Florida A&M and Alabama A&M.
Stop being so greedy, Santoria. You're trying to read everything, man. All right, let's stay in November. Southern and Alcorn State, ESPN Plus. We got Texas Southern and Jackson State. We got Grambling at Arkansas Pine Bluff. That one's going to be on ESPNU. Alcorn State at Texas Southern. That's the ESPN Plus as we move to November the 11th, along with Prairie View A&M at Southern. I think a lot of eyes will be on that one.
Absolutely.
When we get Prairie View and Southern. As we continue on the following weekend, Alabama State at Prairie View, Alcorn State at Jackson State, both of those on ESPN Plus. We got the Florida Classic. That's going to land on the 18th, and then, man, look at that. Look at that. Your Thanksgiving, a little Tuskegee, a little Alabama State in your life, a little Turkey Day Classic on ESPN Plus. I'll take that with some stuffing. We got the SWAC Football Championship on December 2nd, and then the Cricket Celebration Bowl, December 16th. That game, as always, on ABC. Who will it be?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, there's so many possibilities. So many possibilities as we sit here. It's still July, right?
It is still July.
It's still July. We're going to go through fall. We're going to start to get into winter. And, man, so many storylines are going to play out.
Well, over the next 5 years, there's an interesting dynamic because we'll see some SWAC schools play some SEC schools over the next 5 years. 2 games this year. Grambling will take on LSU, and then Arkansas Pine Bluff, they'll take on Vanderbilt. So 2 games between SWAC and SEC schools this year.
Grambling and LSU, there's some significance there, right? I mean, that's
first time that those two teams have played. As a matter of fact, that's one of only two schools that LSU has not played yet. LSU has not played as far as FCS or FBS schools in the state of Louisiana. They were scheduled to play Nicholls State on the year 2020, but that was a COVID year. So they'll play them, I believe, next year. But Grambling is this year, so it should be a big game.
You're a Louisiana guy. Ruston.
In North Louisiana, that's correct.
What is the vibe of this Grambling LSU?
You know, I think a lot of people are looking forward to the experience of LSU on game day. And I think that's the biggest thing that when you hear fans talk about this, you know, seeing the Grambling band at LSU on game day, what is the game day like when you go down there? And so really it is pageantry when you go down to South Louisiana to the campus of LSU.
All right, what are some of the comparison and contrast from the experience, you know, from the tailgate, from the band that we'll see and, you know, maybe people can enjoy between that Grambling experience and that LSU experience?
Oh, there's so much that goes on with the tailgating that goes on at LSU. You have all kinds of things that go on. You have the walk, the LSU walk, where they come in with the Fighting Tiger. You can see the habitat of Mike the Tiger there when you go down to LSU as well. And then, of course, it's the pageantry once you get into the game. And, you know, the band is playing, and here come the LSU Tigers, and there's always a big build-up. They call it the Louisiana Saturday night, basically, when you go down to LSU. It really is. There's a lot of pageantry and something that, you know, if you are a team playing LSU, it can be an intimidating thing, but it is definitely an experience for the fans that's once in a lifetime.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong here. The LSU band, do they like to play neck?
They do.
They like to play neck.
That'll be an interesting dynamic.
Can we get Charles? What do you think? Should we get a showdown of who plays a better neck?
We definitely have to get a showdown of who plays the better neck. The question I wanted to ask you, Santoria, who are the better cooks, North Louisiana or South Louisiana?
I'm not going to answer that. You are not going to bait me into answering that, sir.
No, but seriously, real deal. What are the type of things at a Louisiana tailgate that you'll see? I mean, are you all putting the gator on? What are y'all doing?
From a Grambling standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, just if you go to this game, what do you expect to find in the pot at the tailgate?
Man, you'll find gator down there at times. You'll find red beans and rice. You'll find jambalaya. You'll find probably, you know, some crawfish possibly down there. I mean, there's a lot that you'll find down at LSU. And then, you know, when you go to the Bayou Classic, you'll see some tailgating down there. There's food all over the place down there. If you leave hungry after a game at LSU or at the Bayou Classic, it's your fault. It really is. You know, you really need to get help.
I think that's one of the amazing things about the SWAC, Chuck. Whether you're in Louisiana, Mississippi, you know, sometimes we're Alabama, you know, sometimes we're in Georgia just with these neutral sites. That's 4 different palettes.
Yeah.
At the tailgate.
Easy opportunity to get to freshman 20 at tailgate. So that's the beauty of the SWAC, the tailgating environment, the tailgating atmosphere. It is unique to this conference.
All right, we got to take a timeout. When we come back, Florida A&M is on the clock. We'll talk to head coach Willie Simmons when we come back live at SWAC Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama. Back after this.
Huge play coming up.
Talking about dropping the ball.
I got the score.
Tostitos Hardy Dippers.
Did you know HBCUs are a great place to network? Did you know Cricket has a great network with speedy 5G and is a proud supporter of HBCUs?
Yes! Mia, everybody already knows that.
Dante, did you know this is an A and B conversation? So you need to see yourself out. He knows now.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Back here at the Sheridan Hotel in downtown Birmingham for the 2023 football kickoff SWAC Media Day, and we are so glad that you could join us. And now we talk to the Florida A&M Rattlers, and the head coach is joining us here on the set. Head coach Willie Simmons. Coach, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing awesome. How's it going?
Absolutely, we're doing well. Well, Coach, look, we talked just before we came on. You haven't had a vacation.
No, I haven't. Like I said, I think my wife took a vacation long enough for both of us, so I guess I have to live vicariously through her.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, first of all, you know, there was a lot of talk in the media about the program suspending activities, and then, of course, yesterday the activities back in place. Talk about just moving on from that point.
Yeah, I mean, our team is locked in. We're focused on this upcoming season. We're a little over a week from report date, and excited to see this group come together. You know, we have a couple of pieces left that are finishing some summer school classes, and we'll see the true addition of this 2023 team when we report on August 2nd. So we're excited about what that looks like. Obviously, everyone has picked us to win the East, so everyone knows that we're a talented bunch, and we're looking forward to getting on the field and seeing if we can prove everybody right.
Coach, I'm curious. All of us here are parents, and you know sometimes you have situations with your kids, and you use it as a learning lesson. Did you take this opportunity to find out some leadership and really have an example of saying, "Hey guys, this is what we need from leaders here"?
Well, every opportunity is a chance to educate our young men, and that's what we do as coaches, as administrators. That's our job is to educate these young men, these young people that we're charged with overseeing, and whether it's a huge event that garners national attention, or whether it's a small event that no one sees. It's a chance to teach and a chance to learn. And so our guys are committed to doing that. The challenge to them is to be open and receptive to receiving the message. Sometimes it's a stern message, just like parenting, right? Sometimes you have to put your foot down and really give a stern message. Sometimes all it takes is for you to put your arm around your kid and say that you love them. And we've done a little bit of both. You know, we love them up, but we continue to educate them on the things that are important in life. And I think that gives us a chance to continue to be the best versions of ourselves.
I might personally want to avoid the Willie Simmons cardio program the next couple of weeks. Let's talk about Jeremy Musa. You have one of the best quarterbacks. A lot of people are saying the best quarterback in the SWAC.
Well, Jeremy's a special talent. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in all of college football. Very smart, has the arm talent that he needs to make every throw. And, again, I think the thing that people don't know about Jeremy is how committed he is to his craft. Every day he's watching film. You may walk in the building and see him with a walk-on wide receiver, a guy that's not even really in the too deep, but he's teaching him the routes. He's talking to him about the details of route running and how to uncover himself and how to attack leverage and what he as a quarterback is looking for that receiver. And that just shows the gift that he has and how important this game is to him. This will be the first time in his collegiate career that he's had the same play caller 2 years in a row. So as well as he played last year, I think he'll have a monumental jump this season because of just his familiarity with our offense and the guys that he's able to throw the ball to. So I'm excited about Jeremy, and with him behind center, we feel really good about every game.
Coach, you're not afraid of the big games. You know, I was looking at your future schedule. You get Florida in 25.
Don't
you get
remind me.
Georgia in 28. But, you know, I look at this year's schedule.
I didn't do scheduling, just so you know that. I don't do scheduling.
But, you know, this year, I mean, you know, a huge game that really could decide the East early on between you and Jackson State University.
Well, you know, it's been a big game. It's been the deciding game the last 2 years. And so we understand the magnitude of the game. We know what's at stake. And so I think our preparation going into this first week is going to be paramount. You know, so we've assessed everything from how we practice during training camp to when we go to down to Miami for that game to what we eat. You know, we may even change the menu up a little bit to make sure that we're more prepared mentally and physically to go into that first game. But again, there's no better group that I want to go into that game with. There's no better group of leaders led by Jeremy Musa, Javen Morgan, Isaiah Major, Gentle Hunt, and guys of that nature. And I feel as good about this football team as I felt about any team that I've coached.
Coach, 9 straight wins when you look back to last season. Is it possible to carry momentum like that, or you just have to cut everything off and say, look, everything here is fresh, it's new?
Well, obviously we're doing some things right. And so we have to figure out a way to start the season the way that we end the season. If you look at our record, really since we've been here at FAMU, aside from our first year in 2018, we've always ended the season on a long winning streak. And so as we get into the season and we get more familiar with the way we're doing things, I think the guys get more comfortable. And so the challenge for us as a coaching staff is figure out how to make them comfortable in the start so that we can start as fast as we finished the last few years. And if we're able to start fast, have the stamina to maintain our success throughout the season, and then be able to finish it the way that we have in the past, we'll be right where we want to be come early November, or early December.
You talk about Jeremy Musa at quarterback, but you got to have some good buffet busters up front there in order to give him the time that he needs in order to get the ball off and really, to work at making sure that he has time.
Well, no question about it. With all the talk being on Jeremy, it really starts with what we do up front. And so, we're blessed to have 2 all-conference performers up front, first team, and Jalen Goss and Cameron Coven, protecting the edges. And then you look inside, guys like T.J. Lee, Morgan Moore, and then even a guy like Cardell Thomas, who transferred in from LSU. And so just having that beef up front, Ashton Grable is a transfer from Jacksonville State who had a phenomenal spring. And so our ability to keep Jeremy upright, give him the opportunity to scan the defense, but also open up running lanes and give our running backs a chance to be successful in the run game, I think that's going to be the key. We know Jeremy's going to distribute the ball and going to have success throwing it, but we got to make sure that we can establish a ground game. And if we do that, I think this offense can be one of the most prolific in the country.
Well, we're going to toss it over. Coach, first of all, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Oh, man, thank you guys for having us.
Now, before we go, Charles, do you have a question for Coach?
Oh, hey, Coach, how you doing over there?
Yeah, he sat over there in the corner like y'all. Hey, man, y'all get away from that guy, man. He don't mean y'all any good.
That's my guy over there. I'll tell you what, over here with the preseason SWAC player of the year, Jeremy Musa, let me ask you individually, what have you sort of worked on going from year 1 to year 2 now for this program?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, coming in, just getting comfortable, reacclimated with playing football. I've been in college for a long time, but hadn't had the opportunity to take, meaningful snaps as a starting quarterback in a game. So just getting back to myself and getting comfortable with the offense, getting comfortable with how Coach Simmons wants me to operate the game and the offense. And I think the biggest thing, like I talked about a lot today, was Coach Simmons is a great offensive coordinator. He does a great job of scheming, us to be successful. All I have to do is be able to capitalize on the plays that present themselves. There's going to be big ones, 3, 4, 5 times a game, and I have to be able to hit them when they come, and I have to be consistent at doing that.
Sure thing. Over here on the defensive side, Javen Morgan, one thing FAMU is known for is defense. What is it that you guys bring to the field for 2023?
Just consistency and drive, really, and then the want to just be the best defense.
You got some guys, Gentle Hunt, defensive line. You guys have been nasty since coming into the SWAC, but what does it take to get over that hump, to get to that next level?
Really, we just got to lock in. Everybody got to have the same goal, and everybody got to do their one job, and I feel like we're going to give it a hump doing that.
Sure thing. They're the odds-on team to win the SWAC East, so looking forward to this FAMU Rattler football team.
Already some good comedy between these two. I can't wait to see y'all during the course of the season. Y'all should go on the road with this, man, for real. All right, we got to take a timeout. When we come back, Alcorn State University is on the clock. Head coach Fred McNair will be joining us. We are live at the Sheridan in downtown Birmingham for the 2023 Football Media Kickoff right here in Birmingham. Back after this.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life. Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of Black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication and dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking. There's also secret handshakes.
That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool.
Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Back here at the Sheridan Hotel in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2023 media kickoff here on the SWAC Digital Network. We are now joined by the head coach of the Alcorn State University Braves, head coach Fred McNair. As Braves now on the clock. And, Coach, when you look at this upcoming season, well, first of all, thank you for joining us. And now when you look at this upcoming season, you guys don't start off very easy, do you?
No, it's not an easy road for us right now, but, we always welcome anybody that want to play, so start off with Southern Miss and go up and play Stephen F. Austin and back at home against McNeese before we open up against Prairie View for the conference. So always a challenge for us, and we got to have one of them games in that we got to make some money. So Southern Miss going to get an opportunity to come down and play against them. So I'm excited about the schedule. I really am.
That's a nice little series that you guys put together with Stephen F. Austin. Competitive game, and fans. It's not a SWAC game, but fans get really excited about that one.
Yeah, it's not further to travel either. I mean, Nacogdoches, Texas, and we got a lot of fan base in Texas anyway. So give us a chance to be local, but not being further away. So fans are very good with that, and they travel to Prairie View. So Nacogdoches is not too far from Alcorn State either, about 4 or 5 hours. So give us a chance to have another home game away from home without fans and all that kind of stuff. So I'm excited about the schedule, really feel good about it. Played McNeese State last year and ended up beating them last year. So they come back to us again. We're just trying to get those games like that, with those teams like that, a home and home. Geographic-wise, it makes a whole lot of sense that we don't have to travel, but we get that one guarantee game, will be good.
That's something I was going to ask you about with your scheduling, because I know over the next 5 years you have 2 in-state games. You don't have to go very far. You'll play Mississippi State and Ole Miss, I think, in the next 5 years when you look at the schedule. Here you play against Southern Miss, and so from a travel standpoint, you don't have to go very far, even when you're playing money games.
That's right. It makes a whole lot of sense budget-wise, too. You don't have a real big budget to be going further away to playing those games, but those games allow us to make a little money here in Mississippi, so I think that is good for us to get a chance to go up to play state, those teams like that really don't really beat you up as though Auburn and Alabama teams when they run in between the trenches and really cripple you and stuff like that. So they spread offense and stuff like that. Well, I'm very good with those guys and not playing a triple option team that really bears on your knees a lot. So when you get a chance to play teams like that, you kind of win-win because you don't get beat up a lot.
Well, let's talk about your quarterback room. You got Aaron Allen. He's back from last year. You got Tyler Macon. He comes in from Mizzou a couple years ago. He was the starter when they played the University of Georgia, the national champions. You got some competition in your quarterback room this year.
And that's what we make of it. And as coaches, we want to see that competition level. In that room, just like any other room, you want to be able to create competition for your players, and and the best guy going to step up. He's going to take the reins. He's going to lead. So hopefully, with those guys in that room, even we got a freshman out of Texas, Roger Hartfield. It's going to be really good for us too as well. So his competition is open. And like I said, everybody expect me to name a quarterback right away. I'm not going to do that. We just going to see how it plays out. We got 4 guys that's really hungry. 2 guys that played last year for us, Aaron Allen and Trey Lawrence that played last year for us. And now you got Mako coming in and came in January. We got a chance to go through the spring. So that helps out a lot in terms of where you're going to be at this upcoming camp in August.
And you've never really shied away from that. If you look at your quarterback battles the last few seasons, you've always had guys that, either one could start, but you make them figure it out there.
That's right. That's up to them. I mean, I'm not going to say you the starter because you come from such and such, but you got to play, man. You got to show me that you can lead this team, lead this offense in terms of what you can do. Can you make plays with your legs and stuff like that? That helps out a lot when you got a quarterback and do those kind of things. So I'm excited about that room, and Coach Phillip has done a great job in coaching that room up. And those guys understand, it's not a racket in that room. It's very common. They asking questions and they've been very compliant in the things that they need to do, and they understand that. So they understand that somebody's gonna have to win. Somebody gonna take that position and go with it. So now the best thing is when that guy go down, who's gonna be the next guy to step up? Mm-hmm. I'm always concerned about the number 2 guy. Mm-hmm. Number 1 guy never an issue for me because he expect to play, but the number 2 guy have to be ready.
Yeah,
have to be ready.
Last year, Coach, you spoke about the offense, but no, last year, defense is one of the things that you talk about, that late in ball games at times you felt like they gave up some big plays. What are you doing now in defense, and where did you recruit at to improve defense?
The biggest thing I talk to about coaches in my staff room is our third down conversions. Offense and defense third down conversion. I think that offense, we didn't convert on third downs the way we should have. Defense, we gave up too many plays on defense on third down. So I did address that, to the staff, and they understand that, and the players know we can't give up a third down and 15. Mm-hmm. We in punt mode, punt return mode in that position. So 3rd and 1, we got to get those plays. The offensive line know we got to move people. We got to convert on third down. So if we get that fixed, I think this team will be a whole lot better this year than it was last year, because there was a lot of games that we was in that we gave up those big plays, and we didn't create enough big plays on offense to overcome that. So we just got to get better on both sides of the ball from that standpoint on third down.
Coach, it is thick in the West, man. Those teams, it's probably more so than we've seen in the last few years.
Yes, I mean, it's competition. I mean, when I was in the East, I played Grambling, I played Southern, I played Prairie View. Everybody's getting better now, Texas Southern getting better. Texas Southern beat us last year. Grambling beat us last year. We was on a 3-game losing streak last year, and that's unacceptable from a Brave brand of football. And the kids know that, and they felt some kind of way. It got to them, the coaching staff as well. It wasn't a point that we didn't think that we shouldn't have won that game. We just didn't do the thing we should have do to win it. When it comes down to execution and things you're supposed to do offense, defensively, all that matters. You look back at those games, now you want to second guess yourself. What if? There's no second guessing. Once it's done, it's done. You just got to come back and be able to bounce back from that the next week. And we didn't do that for 2 games. We lost 1, we lost 2 more. So we had to fix that, and I think that what we did and address some of the positions we did over the offseason is going to help out.
I haven't had a chance to ask other coaches about this, but I wanted to ask you about it. 2 rule changes this year. One is that the clock continues now on first down after you get a first down. The second thing is that now you can't call all your timeouts in order to ice the kicker. 2 changes. How does that kind of change things, especially in the offensive scheme, when now the clock doesn't stop when you get a first down?
The biggest thing is I'm all for that rule. If you're going to speed the game up, let's do it. I talked to Mr. Kelly about it, and I went and visited the official clinic up in Sugar Land, Texas a few weeks ago, and had a good report with those officials in terms of seeing what they see on the field and what they're going to call and how they're going to call it. Just being in the room with those guys really helped me out to understand. Now if they throw this flag, I know why, but just being in that room with those officials really helped me out a whole lot in terms of the way I coach on the football field now and seeing what they see. But the timeout rule, I mean, I won't call 2 consecutive timeouts in a row to ice a kicker. I mean, either he gonna make it or he's not. I mean, they got their mind made up, you know. So what you gonna burn a timeout for? I've seen people ice the kicker and he miss it on a kick, and then he ice him again. He missed that one. Then the third kick he come out and make it. So he got his mind. It's a lot of pressure on those guys anyway.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, when they go on that field to win that game, there's a lot of pressure on those guys. So either they gonna make it or they gonna boot it. So
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just that way.
Coach, thanks so much for joining us, man. Appreciate you.
That's no problem. Thank y'all.
All right, Alcorn State starting out against Southern Miss Labor Day weekend, Saturday, September the 2nd. Let's go to Charles Bishop, who's with 2 Alcorn State University student-athletes.
Sure, down here with one of the premier edge rushers here in the SWAC, Malachi Bailey. 10.5 sacks on the year last season. They talked about how thick it is in the West and the competition in the West. What is it that Alcorn's defense needs to do to prevail in the West?
We got to come out there, play fast, physical, and play smart. I feel like is the biggest thing. We got to be able to think. A lot of people think that HBCU football players aren't able to use their brain, but I disagree with that. So this year we're going to showcase that we're going to be able to think.
Speed move, spin move, what is it that you do to get off and get to the quarterback?
My bag real deep when it comes to pass rushing, so I just try to use everything that my coaches have taught me over the years and stuff like that.
Sure thing. I'm going to bring in Jarvin Howard, one of the toughest running backs here in the SWAC. Let me ask you, first year playing for Alcorn, the reservation, one of the toughest environments to play in the SWAC. What was it like for you?
Man, I take every game the same way as I do every Saturday. Everything's the same for me. And, I came from a different conference, so I really don't know anything about the hardest place to play. I just come out each Saturday and give the same type of energy that involves to win a game.
No doubt. There you have it, the Alcorn State Braves. They are going to be right in the thick of things in the SWAC West.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a timeout here. When we come back, we have Bethune-Cookman on the clock. We'll also talk about the HBCU Go schedule that is coming up this year. We are live at the 2023 Football Kickoff Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama on the SWAC Digital Network.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication and dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
Like Mike, if I could be like Mike.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires drip, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies. Because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Back here in Birmingham, Alabama, as we are winding down the SWAC Media Day here at the Sheridan Hotel in Birmingham. And now joining us is Dr. Kenyatta Caville. I mean, talk about a legend in HBCU broadcasting. I mean,
the man.
I know,
the
absolutely.
Dean.
So, look, Dr. Caville, I'm trying to tell you.
Or
Look,
does that just mean I'm old?
I don't know about old.
I think the median age right here is about 50. So, we're all in the same boat.
That'll work. I feel better.
Y'all know no shortage of gray hairs on the desk right now.
Oh, no way. You can see it. I got salt and pepper over here. As they say in Louisiana, we're not old. We're just seasoned well.
We could be like Chuck, though. It could be just gone.
Don't say that. My power's in my hair.
Well, look, Dr. Cavill, you've
Yes,
been
sir.
covering HBCU sports for years now, and very successful show. Hit a benchmark earlier this year with your show.
Thank you.
What do you attribute to your success?
Being authentic, being real, and bringing a connection that I have being in this business, and people understand that I'm going to provide factual information. And we look at things from a business perspective. I think that authenticity that I bring to the table, because of the relationships I've had over the years, the fans want to hear that perspective.
Now, not only are you a great broadcaster knowing a lot about sports, but you are also an educator.
Yeah, which is what brings a real smile to my face, because that's really my first love. I got the cheat code. People don't realize I get a lot of credit, but these folks like Tolly, yourself, Santoria, brought me in and gave me an opportunity to learn. This is not anything I did in terms of being educated in this field area, but I wanted to learn, and y'all were willing to teach me. So I went back and did some communication and learned, read books, but a lot of the tutorial that y'all provided me changed my life and given me a platform and understanding how serious I needed to take this if I was going to try to do it.
Doc, you've seen a lot of change. There's so many platforms now. We look at all the games on ESPN. We haven't even got to the HBCU Go schedule. You look at different brands, the last couple of years that have popped up. There are so many avenues to tell stories about HBCUs that, 5-10 years ago, probably 80% of this stuff wasn't even here.
No, it was not. I was back in the day when there were 5 or 6, maybe if we're lucky, say 10 of us, and we knew each other even more than we knew then, because we literally be the only people running around. And at that time, we had a recorder, pretty much, and that was it. And we had a notepad that we were taking notes to go back and transcribe and try to get that information in some type of format where people could get that information. But to your point, shout out to Texas Southern University. I'm in the College of Education where I developed a sport management program, joint appointment in the School of Communication where I get to develop the next generation to tell them that this is a real opportunity story, but you got to take this in a manner that is serious by everybody about your craft and learning that you become that subject matter expert. And if you do that, people will come to you.
Absolutely. As you teach the next generation, I know there are a lot of student athletes that I've had in my classes that want to get into television, get into radio broadcasting. What are some of the things that you tell them about the work ethic that you have to have?
You have to be open to really being able to find your niche within this market. And that's really any field you go into. Most are so varied and variety of things you can do. Get in there early and try to figure out the different things and do many things so you can find out what you really fall in love with and then pour yourself into it. Train just as serious that you would anything that you want to be successful in. You got to work at an effort and a framework that people can't second guess what you bring into the table. If you do those things, the opportunities will come your way, and you'll be surprised just how far you can go.
Hey, this will be interesting. Chuck can ask Dr. Cavill a question. Usually
the
Dr.
other way around.
Cavill is controlling the microphone.
This might be trouble.
I know, right?
He gives Chuck a word budget. Chuck, you are at the buffet now.
I'm at the buffet, and I don't even know what to ask. Well,
hey, choose your question
I know,
wisely.
exactly, right? I got to come back to work, right? Well, Doc, I wanted to ask you just in terms of the way you've seen, and you kind of touched on it a little bit, the way you've seen this SWAC kickoff event, the SWAC Media Day proliferate, to kind of watch how it's grown, and for you to see the commissioner up close, what has that relationship been like in terms of being able to watch him sort of matriculate from being an AD to the commissioner?
It's great because I get to bounce things off of him, ask questions. I like to think I give him pointers, but we won't say that aloud. I'm not sure how much he's actually listening, but he at least acts like it. So that's just pretty cool. But in all seriousness, it's been fun seeing this when you're talking about going from a luncheon to a full-fledged event where you have half this building covered, radio row, media room in part of it up front with the ESPN, and then the SWAC digital network that's dedicated. What you all doing, when I saw this set up, I just got excited because I was like, next step, next level, we're ready to go. Bringing power players to the table, Charles getting a chance to step up to the plate and give a different direction. I love what's going on. I get the opportunity to go to the MEAC as well. So I see what's good on that side. SIAC, we're planning to get to CIAA. Didn't get there this year just in terms of the location and timing. But to see all that galvanizing for HBCU and where this thing's going is pretty sweet.
Well, Dr. Cavill, you look at this year, and it's going to be
let's
a
get
tough
into it.
Man, look, you look at the East. Florida A&M is on top. Jackson State's second, and we kind of saw that coming with the departure of Coach Prime. And you got the Alabama schools; they're right in the middle. But when you look at this, to look at how the division could be decided early in the season on that side with FAMU and Jackson State playing so early, it's become a marquee thing. Not only there, but then you look on the other side, Prairie View and Texas Southern, first game of the season. So there
Labor
really
Day
is,
weekend.
Yeah, so there really is a lot of things that could be decided early on.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it's going to certainly set the template for the season, whether it's Prairie View or Texas Southern on the west. Both of those teams feel like they have what it takes to get it done. Both of those teams, oddly enough, have quarterbacks coming back. And obviously we talk about FAMU with Musa, but those are two quarterbacks that people are looking at that have a chance to make a difference. All those defense, have they gotten that much better? In a lot of ways is the question. The other thing that stuck out to me is with Southern being on the top, they had 122 points with just 13 first-place votes. You had more first-place votes for FAMU with 16, but less overall points. So that means the spread in terms of FAMU is bigger than that spread with Southern. I like to drop them data points.
Yeah,
So
your math has outmathed my math already. I was like 16, 13, spread. What they got to eat over there? That's where my mind went.
Exactly. So I'm fascinated. But one of the things that I love about this season that has me so interested, I don't really think there's a huge gap between who's coming out first with a lot of people. This is one of the first years for me in 10, 12 years where I think you can make an argument 4 deep on each side. We used to talk about the talent depth, but I think you can make an argument for the top 4 teams in the rankings, whether that's Florida A&M, Jackson State, Alabama State, or Alabama A&M coming out of the East. You can make an argument for the top 5 teams in the SWAC West, Southern, Alcorn State, Texas Southern, Grambling State, or Prairie View A&M coming out of the West. So I'm fascinated to see how this goes. And one of the things I look at, and we won't have time to get in this type of level of depth, is the schedules.
Oh, yeah.
Who has a certain level of schedules in a row where you have the murderous row, 2 or 3 games? Who can survive that part of the season, whether it's early, mid-part, or late? Who can get through that is going to find a way at the top.
And, you talk about that, and there's, when you look at it early on, Jackson State really has a difficult schedule. You start off against South Carolina State, then you get Florida A&M and Southern back-to-back weeks there. And you're talking about the top 2 teams in each division after playing South Carolina State.
And they all want revenge.
A huge revenge.
Yeah,
Southern wants it twice. As they got hit in the head, bopped in the head twice by Jackson State.
No, that was the mouth. That was a hit in the mouth. Got to keep it 100. That was a hit in the mouth.
That's very true. The only thing that I think that benefits Jackson State in that, only one of those games count in the conference standings.
That's right, yeah.
The Southern game was played, but it doesn't count. Obviously, the South Carolina State MEAC SWAC Challenge is a non-conference game. So even if they don't do very well in those games, if they can keep the emotional stability about themselves, they still have a chance to get it done later in the season in terms of the conference race.
Doc, you work at Texas Southern University. Is there legitimate excitement this year? Everybody's excited when football. There's a difference between excitement and I think we can win. Is there I think we can win spirit at Texas Southern this year?
Yes. A lot of folks are quietly confident around Texas Southern University that this is the year that they get over the hump. They literally that close fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Tough tackle break maybe from finding a way to kind of sneak in there last year. I hate to say sneak because they were 4-1 in the West division, but get it done where I don't think people really counted them in. This year they want to leave no doubt. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like. But the fans are galvanized about that, and so we'll see.
Yeah, you talk about Texas Southern and, the first two conference games they have, obviously the Labor Day Classic early on, then they've got the two non-conference games with Toledo and Rice and then Grambling. So they've got two tough conference games in the first month.
Oh, we'll find out real quick about Texas Southern.
Yeah.
First 4 weeks, two conference games, Prairie View and Grambling. We'll find out real quick. Your question, do they have a right to be excited in Texas Southern or not?
Well, here's the thing. Part of the success is not only winning, but having a quarterback that can be that face.
Yes, and they have that.
Andrew Body, he knows how. He's got that swag. He's not shy on the mic. Like, there's a lot of things that could go right for Texas.
And he brings in a confidence level that you don't quite see in quarterbacks in general, but particularly what you've seen in Texas Southern lately. There's a confidence that he brings to the table, and that's why they were able to win those games they did last year. Nobody counted them getting those done, but they went on the road and got some tough wins, particularly bouncing back after a tough loss on the road to Prairie View. They got it done against Southern. That's 2 years in a row. Yeah, it was a classic, but the shutout and to put it up, that was pretty impressive in terms of – then they quietly find a way to get a win against Grambling. They go to Alcorn for homecoming and shock the world. You be like, hold on, who is this guy? Andrew Body. But I think one of the major questions is how is he coming back from his injury? He's been out there practicing, looking very good in terms of what that looks like. You see him running around here very confident, healthy. But when the bullet starts flying, if you would, it'll be interesting to see what he looks like at that time.
Well, Dr. Cavill, we thank you so much for what you do and
all.
all of your contributions to Black College athletics. It certainly is great to see you, brother.
It's a pleasure. Appreciate it. You see me, I have my Alpha Shield on. I do want to say that's because I lost my grandfather last week. He was an Alpha man, and I don't want to down everybody, but he loved what we're doing. He followed the SWAC. He came out of the SWAC himself in the 40s, one of the first two ROTC graduates, Army ROTC graduate, Prairie View. So I just wanted to salute him and honor him. So I appreciate this opportunity.
Great life.
Absolutely.
A great life.
We'll take a timeout. We've got two more coaches to go, and Jay Walker will be joining us here on the set of the SWAC Digital Network. We are live here at the Sheraton Hotel in Birmingham. Back after this.
Appreciate y'all.
Absolutely.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of Black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication and dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Hey, Don, what made you become a Cricket Campus ambassador?
Do tell.
I live to network. HBCU's all about that. The keyword being network.
Oh, like a certain network that has speedy 5G and is a proud sponsor of HBCUs?
I see you could take a hint.
I can drop a hint too, Don.
Back here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Sheridan Hotel in downtown here on the SWAC Digital Network. We are now joined by Raymond Woody, the new head coach at Bethune-Cookman University, as the Wildcats getting ready to make a splash here in 2023. Coach Woody, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Coach, new to Bethune-Cookman, you know, I know you always have to hit the ground running as a new head coach. What are some of the things that you have done so far?
Well, you know, basically recruiting is making sure we fill some of the holes that we needed from the spring. You know, spring was good, just using that as a measuring stick just to see what we had and what we didn't have.
What are some of the things that you had to address in recruiting?
Well, up front, obviously, offensive linemen. You know, we had a total of 7 guys, so we had to go out and get some dudes.
Absolutely.
Coach, you're coming. What is it about this Willie Taggart coaching tree? We got a couple of coaches coming into the SWAC this year that have come from that tree.
Well, I tell you what, Coach Taggart, he's taught me so much. You know, had an opportunity. I could truly say that since 2010 when he got the job at West Kentucky and built that program when they was 0-22, he hired me and I was with him every step of the way. You know, every stop. So learned a lot. Learned some things that, you know, I'm incorporating in the program that we have right now.
What are some of the biggest lessons that you were taught by Coach Taggart?
Well, you know, treating your players right. I mean, you know, he always put the players first. You know, and he was a players coach. I mean, the players loved him, and he did things, you know, the right way, and he definitely showed us that recruiting is the lifeblood of football.
Bethune fans, remember you. You were a heck of a player yourself. To come on back home and talk about, you know, that has to be a special feeling as well.
It is. I mean, you know, just thanking administration for giving me the opportunity to come back where the school that I'm at, obviously it's my alma mater, and they helped shape and mold my character. And, you know, obviously I just really give thanks to the administration to, you know, hire me to give me this opportunity. It's personal. It means a lot to me. And like I said, we just making no excuses, blaming no one. We're getting to work.
You know, Coach, when you go back to your alma mater as a coach and you played there, you can share a lot with your student athletes about your time as a player and what it is to walk in a student athlete's shoes, especially, you know, you had a great level of success. What are some things that you tell them about the Bethune-Cookman history and tradition?
Well, you know, we had really smart, you know, tough football players. I mean, obviously we weren't perfect, but like I told them, you know, had an opportunity to be the first GTE academic All-American, and we didn't have everything that everyone think that we need to have, you know. And I tell them, hey, you know, if you come to work and go to work, you'll be successful, you know. And that's our job to teach these student athletes that we're going to make negative situation a positive situation. That's the definition of adversity.
Well, we know Bethune-Cookman has a vision for their facilities and their improvement. You know, Reggie Theus, your AD, he's not afraid to take a big swing, and if it's a miss, he'll swing again. It doesn't bother him. You got Charles Barkley has recently donated $1 million, and I know that first installment came through, so it wasn't a paper it wasn't a paper donation. It's actually a real thing. Talk about the excitement of just having a vision and seeing that there's a path to, you know, improving your facilities and those things that are important when you're out there talking to parents and recruiting kids.
Well, I tell you what, the administration as a whole has been awesome. I mean, Coach Theus, I mean, it helps because, you know, he's a coach, and he gets it. And obviously with, you know, our board chair, Judge Perry, and all the other individuals that's involved with the administration, I mean, they're taking a step forward, you know, to help with the narrative. And I'm really excited to see that, because a lot of times, you know, people, they listen, but now you see in action. That's when it means something.
All right. You guys will have the advantage of, look, whatever Bethune did on tape last year doesn't matter. You know, new players, new coach. How do you use that to your advantage when people are going to need a week or 2 or 3 to see what you guys actually are?
Well, you know, at the end of the day, like you said, I mean, you know, me coming in, I mean, things change all the time, but we have to make sure we're taking care of us first. You know, we can't worry about the people that we play. I want to take care of us first. And when we take care of us and we get that right, then everything else going to fall in place.
Coach, before we let you go, of course, the Florida Classic is a lot of people look forward to that game every single year. Whatever the records are, you throw them out the window. What does it mean to be in that game?
Well, I tell you, it means a lot. The years I was in school, we had major success in that game. So now coaching it is going to be good.
Yeah. I mean, you've been as a player. Now as a coach has to be a little different.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I heard that. I read between those lines right there.
Well, Coach, listen, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you and continued success on the upcoming season.
Thank you. And you'll see a good look.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Right. Yes. Quiet confidence there.
I know. Coach Woody's joining us here on the SWAC Digital Network. Charles Bishop, of course, new coach at Bethune-Cookman. And, we talk about the Florida Classic every year. And one of the things you got to do is you got to look at how good this team could be. You got a lot of great opportunities.
Yeah, a lot of great opportunities for this Bethune-Cookman Wildcat team to sort of reset themselves and get themselves back into the upper echelon of HBCU football. So looking forward to what Coach Raymond Woody brings to this Bethune-Cookman Wildcat team.
All right. We've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap it up here. We've got two more coaches, Connell Maynor. And
we're efforting the coaches from Alabama.
Yes, the Alabama coaches last up. And, of course, Jay Walker will be joining us as well. So we'll take this time out. We'll be right back here from Birmingham. Back here in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2023 Southwestern Athletic Conference football kickoff. And now joining us here on the set, a legend in HBCU
the legend,
broadcast.
not a legend, the legend.
Charlie Neal, someone I've known since the BET days.
Yeah, you were too, right?
I was very young.
Man, I had a high top fade watching Charlie Neal on TV.
Man. Listen, it is certainly a pleasure to have you here, man. And, we spoke a little bit yesterday. You've been doing HBCU sports for over 4 decades.
Yeah, actually, BET started in 1980. So from there up until now, plus prior to that, I did a number of games prior to BET coming into existence. In fact, Doug Williams, I did his last game when he was at Grambling, the Bayou Classic. So we go back a ways, but it was radio back then. But I broke into television in the early 70s, 71, and BET, of course, came along in 1980, and it was just great to be in that arena and be able to showcase HBCUs back then, able to see Jerry Rice when he was at Mississippi Valley, and Willie Totten, and a lot of the other players that we've seen. Cornell Maynor, I did his games. Eddie Robinson, when he was playing. Now they're out there coaching, So you know how old it makes me feel.
Charlie, we have so many different outlets now that are doing, HBCU broadcasts or have HBCU content, and that opens up the door for new talent, younger talent. You guys know this. And me, not as much as you, but radio was such a great ground to start and develop for talent.
It was great, yeah. And actually, I started in radio as a disc jockey. I was a radio disc jockey, spinning records, talking trash, rhyming. I was a geeter with the heater, the big boss with the big hot sauce. I rocked the big TikTok on the big power tower. I was rapping back then. Okay, so I mean,
man, hip hop is older than 50.
Yes, it is. But that's where I got my start. That's where I broke into the business, and I was very fortunate to get into television because I moved from North Carolina, where I was working at a radio station there, to Washington, D.C. to work at a radio station. And about 6 months after I got there, the NBC station, TV station there, was specifically looking for an African-American to do sports. And they auditioned 3 people. Ron Pinckney.
I remember Ron Pinckney.
Okay, old name in terms of HBCUs. Kurt Flood, the baseball player, and myself. And I was fortunate enough to get the job out of the 3, and it's been pretty good since then.
Yeah, you spoke about Ron Pinckney. I had a chance to work with him as a student. He and Jay Penny did Grambling football for a year. And what was that like? I mean, because the guys who you all who kind of paved the way for us, you guys had to go through a lot more than we did in broadcasting.
Tell me about it. I was laughing about it not long ago. I said, now. Sports information people back then were the most significant people you could deal with because there was no internet. You couldn't go on and find out stats from, they sent you these mimeographed things, and the paper was all rolled up. And when it came off the machine and it was smeared, and you may see able to get, the things that you went through. And for example, I went to do a game. I'm not even going to mention the school, but I got a set of numbers on Monday. I got another set of numbers for that same school on Wednesday. I arrived on campus on Friday. I got another set of numbers. And before kickoff, they gave me another set of numbers. So those were the types of things that you were fighting back then. But again, it was fun. You still enjoyed and looked at it from a perspective of what you're bringing to the viewing audience in terms of exposure and stories about the young men or women, whether you were doing football or basketball or whatever sport it might have been, to the viewing audience.
Yeah. To be involved with HBCU broadcasts as long as you have, you're not doing it to be popular. There's a big part of you that you're doing it because it's a mission for you. You believe in elevating the product. What does that part of it mean to you?
And I go back to when I first met Bob Johnson, who founded BET, and he came to me and he says, this is what my vision. I want to put together a network that focuses on the black community. And part of that is sports. I want to do things in sports. And I don't have a lot of money, but this is what I want to do. What do you think? I said, I'm a firm believer in this. Because back then, the only time you saw a HBCU game was maybe once a year. Maybe Grambling would get on every now and then in one of those games up in New York, or when they went to Tokyo or something like that. Or, you may see 1 or 2 games out of the course of a whole season. And you've got 4 conferences, all right? And you see maybe 2 games out of the whole season. And what he was able to do with BET that first year in 1980 was put these things on the map, put these teams on the map, and give these teams the exposure that they so rightly deserve. And I was a firm believer in that. and really enjoyed it to the utmost that every Saturday we could bring the viewing audience and talk about Barney Bussey from South Carolina State, or John Taylor from Delaware State. That was the first game we ever did on BET. It was Delaware State and South Carolina State. And Barney Bussey turned out to be the hero in the game after he got beaten twice by John Taylor early on in the game. But those were the types of things. Of course, you know John Taylor went on to star with the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Barney Bussey went on to play in the NFL. And we saw these young people at the outset when they were their infancy. And I remember even Wes Unseld, when he was coaching the Washington Bullets, he brought a kid into camp from Virginia Union because he saw them on BET. Wow. You know, so those are the types of things and the exposure that we were able to formulate and give to these young people.
Now, of course, now you are giving more opportunities for schools to expand the opportunity to be on television through HBCU Go, a very detailed schedule starting out Labor Day weekend. You got a game with Valley and Central State in the Chicago Football Classic, and we'll put up the schedule here in just a little bit. And there you can see it with Pine Bluff and Tennessee State, Texas Southern Grambling, Tuskegee and Alabama A&M, Bethune-Cookman, Alabama State, and on. It's
a lot
really
of homecomings.
a lot. Yeah, you guys got a lot of
we
homecomings.
We have 5 homecomings. In fact, it's interesting. My producer and I were talking earlier today. He said, pick out the best homecoming out of that whole group. And so I didn't know what to say. So I went to Eddie Robinson, the football coach at Alabama State. I said, we have your homecoming game. He said, yeah, that's a good one. He says, but I think if you look at Tuskegee, Alabama A&M, he said, if I had to pick it, he said, don't say that I said it because Alabama State people will be mad at me. He said, but Alabama, I just put him on blast, right?
Yeah. Just a little bit.
But anyway, he said, Tuskegee and Alabama A&M haven't played each other in quite a while.
Yeah.
So that's a heck of a rivalry. But there's another one on there. I believe it is at Prairie View at the end of the season, November 4th. That's going to be another big game. That's another homecoming game.
Yeah.
So those out of the 5, I mean, you've got some good games on there.
Absolutely.
What is it, Charlie, that, look, we're able to do the games now. The technology is so much better. The reach is so much bigger. But people always long for those things from our childhood and our younger years. To this day, people still – they're at HBCU game day. They're all on Twitter. We want they want that BET thing back because it has such a special place. And look, it can't come back like it was because it's gone.
Right.
But what is it that you think made those days so special that people still clamor for that feeling?
I want to say one of the things I can say that was interesting, and not pat myself on the back, but the person I worked with during those years, Lem Barney.
Oh, yeah.
Lem Barney was a graduate of Jackson State, played in the National Football League, Pro Football Hall of Famer, and him and I had fun. We had fun when we went into the games. We enjoyed each other. In fact, it was so funny because, of course, he was at Jackson State. If you've done games at Jackson State, and you know that stadium, especially if you're up at the top.
Oh, yeah.
All right? It's wide open. And every time we did a Jackson State game, I would always joke, well, I brought Lem's parachute because if they scored, he was probably going to jump out of the press box. So no, he needed a parachute to make it down to the ground safely. And we would have fun like that. We met people and we would interview people like Biz Marquis. We would interview people like Flavor Flav. I mean, we would have these types of situations. It wasn't just the sports aspect of it. It was the whole social side of the black community,
Charles, we want to get a question in for Charlie Neal.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, first and foremost, thank you for everything that you've done with regards to broadcasting.
Thank you.
But is there one game that just is seared in your memory?
Mm-hmm. It was a 6 overtime game. It was Florida A&M and Hampton University. Joe Taylor was coaching Hampton.
That's right.
Billy Joe was coaching down at Florida A&M. It was the Circle City Classic in Indianapolis, Indiana. 58-56 or something, I think, was the final score. But it was a first 6 overtime game. They changed the rules after that on the way you do overtimes in football. You got to go for 2 and all of that now. But back then you didn't. You just kept going and going and going. And I think we were there half the night. I was talking to Eddie Kelly, the supervisor of officials for the conference yesterday, and I was telling him how I would come into games with the SWAC officials. And the first thing I'd say is, even though it's a 1 o'clock game, Hey, listen, keep the flags in your pocket. My flight leaves at 6 in the morning.
Oh, man. Charlie Neal joining us here. Look, it is.
Get out of here.
Yeah. It is. It's so great to talk to you, man. We really appreciate you. And just thanks for being the trailblazer that's given us the opportunity.
Well, you guys are doing a great job also. And I'm happy to be here. And one of the things I know we're looking, even though we're separate entities, there's no reason why we can't come together and work together as an organization. Whether it's game day or HBCU Go, we are one.
Absolutely.
That's a point. That is such a great point. It takes – because we are smaller companies. When you look at, all right, how does HBCU football compete with FBS? How does it get to that level? It takes a partnership with the fans, with the sponsors, with the broadcasters. Because, look, we don't have the billions like some of these other people do.
Right.
It has to be a strategic partnership to elevate, and it is possible.
Yes, it is, and I'm just so happy that we're developing that partnership. And it's just not on paper, but it's here. And we're here, and we're here together, and that's saying something.
Charlie, thank you so much for joining us, brother.
All right, my man.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we'll try to wrap things up. Got 2 more coaches to go, and Jay Walker on the way. Back after this here from
Strong
Birmingham,
maybes.
Alabama.
I'm going to say strong maybes.
Strong maybes.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of Black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication and dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
Like Mike, if I could be like Mike.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires drip, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies. Because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
We're back here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Sheridan Hotel here in downtown on the SWAC Digital Network, the 2023 SWAC Kickoff Media Day here. And we are now going to go to Alabama State University. And joining us now, the head coach, Eddie Robinson. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How's it going?
Going well. You know, it's winding down, vacation time winding down for some. Others didn't really take a vacation. Were you one of those that didn't take a vacation?
Well, you know what? I try to sneak it in here or there, but my thing is, and I said the same thing when I was an NFL player, after July 4th is football season. It starts July 5th for me. So from that point on, you're focusing on the season.
You got to lean into it. Look, there's two Bubbas here. There's Bubba McDowell and there's your Bubba. You have the best Bubba player on the field. I know you want him to have an injury-free season. Talk about how big Bubba is to your defense.
I mean, he led all the FCS in tackles. And so when you have a guy that has that type of production, you got to say, well, he's kind of like, you don't notice him until he's not there because he's just so consistent and he's where he's supposed to be. Not a huge vocal guy, but he leads by example. And so the next step for him is just to make more plays on the football in the passing game. And so we're working on him not making tackles downfield, but making interceptions downfield. But he's working in everything. Hey, Bubba, work on your footwork. I got it, Coach. Work on this. I do it. So, and then he'll come to me, hey, how can I improve? So it's so fun having a guy that's a really good player but still wants to get better. So,
well, Coach, you guys start the season off with Southern University right out the gate. You got basically the number one team out of the West on the preseason polls, and then you get Miles College, and then an off week, and man, you get in with Florida A&M and Alcorn State. It's difficult to start.
Yeah, it's a good season. We'll know what we have probably about week 4 or 5. But I think that Southern game at home for the Labor Day Classic, that's going to be big for us. They're going to travel well. Have a lot of tailgaters coming up with Coach Dooley, and you know. I'm from Gentilly in New Orleans. He's from Uptown, so it's going to be a New Orleans battle going on. Should be a lot of fun.
Look, Coach Dooley's going to show up with, he's going to be Gucci from head to toe.
Man. I have the shoes on, but I don't even know where you get the outfit from.
I'm trying to tell you. It's incredible. Look, both of you are from New Orleans. When you take a look at New Orleans and the type of football players that you can get down there with Destrehan and Warren Easton and Carr, how important is it for you guys also to recruit that area?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's within the 4-hour drive. My thing, anything within a 4-hour drive, 300 miles in Montgomery, we feel like that's Hornet territory. So we go down there. We had a kid from Estroma last year, another defensive end that we got from out that way. So got a kicker from St. Augustine. So and I went to Brother Martin. So it's definitely that New Orleans area in the River region, East St. James, East St. John, West St. John, all those schools, Destrehan. Usually we go down there. Southern has just left, or they're on their way. So you got to recruit that area. It's just a really good football down there.
Every team deals with injuries, but you guys last year, that was a big part of the season. Your quarterback is nicked up, he's in, he's out. Bubba gets hurt. How important is it just overall to really be able to do the things you want to do to part of it's luck or whatever you want to call it, keeping guys healthy?
Yeah, I mean, it's just you try to prevent it in the off season by having guys work out and stay in shape and getting the extra 5 pounds on and muscle, stuff like that. But some of it, like you say, you just can't prevent it, and that's when you have to have good depth. And I think what we're really hopefully better at this year is we have more guys who can play, which creates more competition. And then if one guy gets hurt, that drop-off isn't as drastic. So that's what we're really trying to focus on right now, having a lot of young guys who can step up and play and then push those guys to let them know whether it's by injury or whether by like a discipline that if you don't play at a high level, the next guy will be ready to come up and take your place. And that makes the whole team better.
When you look at how you guys recruit, you get, like you said, you go all over in order to get, good quality players. But what's your philosophy in using the portal?
Yeah, to me, I think you still have to bring in a high school kid. So we're trying to do maybe 15 to 18 scholarship freshmen, about another 10 walk-ons, so probably about 30 freshmen. A couple transfer portal kids. I prefer to have the older kids who are going to graduate for a year or two. I want most of those guys to be freshmen coming into Alabama State, knowing the fight song and learning about the old Bama State spirit, who become great alumnus after 4 or 5 years, as opposed to the kid that just came for a year or a year and a half. So I think you can't ignore the portal because we have some really good players that have come from it. But I think you still have to get those high school kids to build your base.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Coach, I saw Shannon Sharp on TV talking about he had a sports car he sold to you. Did he give you a good deal?
Nah, he didn't. That car was so hot at the time I couldn't even find it off the lot, so I ended up buying it used from Shannon. It was a great car, kept it for a couple years. So that story was true. Most people ask me, was Shannon just making it? I said, nah, that was true. So he was, he's a good guy. You know, like I said, we competed against each other. Saw him in New Orleans around the Essence Festival time too. So he's doing a great job really pushing the HBCU message and just in general with that platform.
Now people were getting on him about his dancing. Can you help him out? They said he looked a little stiff out there.
Hey man, I'm right there with him, man. After 10, 12 years in the NFL, if you still can dance, I mean you probably was a kicker or something. But most guys, I just had a hip replacement last year. I'm having trouble getting off this podium.
Well, Coach, look, you guys have a tough schedule, like we said, and it's challenging. But you don't run from a challenging schedule.
Nah, you can't, because if you look at the conference, I think it's overall it's no give-me's in the conference. You look at all of the 11 teams that we could play, we don't play them all. I don't think there's no easy win out there. I mean, we go to Mississippi Valley, we better have it strapped up and ready to play. You know, we go to Prairie View, we play Grambling, so it's just that the conference has such good teams and good coaches that you have to be ready to play every week. And I don't think it's no such thing as a give-me game in the conference, and that's how it should be. You want every team to be competitive, and that's great for the fans. And hopefully we'll go down to the last week of the season, and every team and every game has a chance to impact the East and the West.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Charles Bishop over with the student-athletes from Alabama State.
Yeah, down here with the tackling machine himself, Coach Bubba Adams. Talk a little bit about this 2023 version of the Bama State defense.
I think we're super stoked. Just put an emphasis on getting the ball out and forcing turnovers. The ball is program. We wouldn't be here today without it. So, I think we're all gelling together, just working on towards that one goal, and that's being championship.
Man, what's the secret? You fly around all over the place, man. How do you get to every tackle?
I think a big part of my game is, watching film, being overly prepared, anything that you can do to get the edge and just play instinctively, be able to read and react as soon as possible.
Sure thing. Going to bring in Juwan Howell, running back here for Alabama State. Juwan, talk a little bit about the Alabama State offense and what you guys bring to the table this year.
We're bringing a lot of explosive players. We're learning the offense more, and we're getting better, and we're just executing and just being more disciplined. We know we're a young team, so we're going to be putting up way more points than we did last year.
In terms of trying to put more points up to try to bump yourself into that upper echelon, what's it going to take, especially from the running back room?
Just being physical and knowing your assignment and playing each play, every play, not overthinking the situation and just doing what the coaches tell us to do.
No doubt. It's the Alabama State Hornets. They're ready to go for the year.
All right, thanks a lot, Charles. We'll take a break. One more coach to go. That is Connell Maynard from Alabama A&M
You want us to tell Connell anything?
You know what? Tell Connor that once again he had to go after Alabama State. It seems like every time I go, he's coming up right behind me. I love that because they always in front of us. It's Alabama A&M and Alabama State on all of the conference calls. So the fact that I got to go first once again, I love that. Be sure to tell him that too.
We will definitely tell him. We'll take this time out live here in Birmingham at SWAC Media Day at the Sheraton Hotel here on the SWAC Digital Network.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. General Motors, honored to sponsor the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires drip, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies. Because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Back in Birmingham, Alabama, SWAC Media Day, we wrap up the coaches segment of the show here with the head coach of the Alabama A&M Bulldogs, head coach Connell Maynard. And first of all, I got to tell you this, Coach. Coach Robinson said, you know, usually he goes after you on the conference call, so it's good for you to go after him now.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to let him slide with that one. I'm going to let him slide with that one. I mean, they did get their first win since I've been here last year. So, you know, I'm gonna let him make it. I'm gonna let him make it with that one.
Did you bring your Hornet spray at the media day?
Oh yeah, I got my wall spray. He said one word, I'm gonna pull it out, spray it.
Coach, look, what I want to ask you is that, you know, every year here in Birmingham, the Magic City Classic, it brings fans from all over, of course, the fan base from both schools, but it really is one of the highlights of the season.
It really is. It's a nice event. It's a great event. Commissioner does a great job. With Media Day and just running the conference, period. With our sponsors and our TV deals, he's got this conference heading in this upward and just continuing to go up. He's doing a tremendous job, and the SWAC is where it's at because of him, and it's only going to continue to get better.
You know, a lot of people don't talk about this. You guys have made some major facility upgrades in athletics at Alabama A&M. Is that helping, or are people noticing when you're out there recruiting and talking, you're saying, look, we got some bricks and mortar that have been going up around here?
Yeah, you know, I tell people all the time, the better your players, the better coach you're going to be. Okay, so we need good players. And in order to get good players, you got to have facilities. You got to have a locker room, you know. You got to be able to do other things that other people are doing. And, you know, last year we played money games, and we didn't have a good record in those games. But now we got a new turf, and we got a new locker room, and we're working on a new practice facility and a team room. So we did all those. We sacrificed our record to play some money games to bring in some revenue, so we can do these other things that's going to bring in good football players and be able to keep some of our good football players that we're losing now because of the transfer portal and the NIL deals and things of that nature. So if we can upgrade all that stuff and say, hey, why are you leaving? We got the same thing they got, you know. Right now we can't say that. You know, before we couldn't say that. So now we're positioning ourselves to where we can say, look, we got a practice facility. We got brand new turf. We got a locker room. Why you going there? You know, stay right here where you at. We wanted you when you wasn't nobody. They didn't want you then. Now they want you. Why would you want to do that? You know, where's your loyalty at? You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, we got a lot of facilities going up, and Paul Bryan is heading that, our new AD. He's doing a tremendous job of working and helping with the facilities. And then our president, Daniel K. Williams, is doing a great job too, not only in our STEM program and the rest of the school, but in athletics. So it starts at the top, and when you get those two on board, and then everybody else is on board. And so A&M is growing. We got plenty of land, and now with new facilities, we want to be second to none. We want to be second to nobody in FCS football with our facilities and we run our program and our university. So that's where we're headed.
Coach, look at your schedule, and of course you got Tuskegee on there. You haven't played them in a while. It has to feel good getting a neighboring school like Tuskegee where there's a lot of history between you two.
It is, and that's the big talk. I mean, they talk about that game now probably more than the Classic. Tuskegee, when they come and this and that, and Coach, I didn't go to A&M, but my son went to A&M, and I just want you to do one thing. Beat Tuskegee.
It's a thing. In Alabama, when Tuskegee plays Alabama State, Alabama, it is a thing.
Yeah, it is, man. It's huge. It is huge. Everybody's talking about. I think all the hotels are already sold out. It's unbelievable, man. Tuskegee game, homecoming game is going to be a sight to see. It's going to be people everywhere. It's going to be, I guess, a mini classic.
When you look at what you got, you talk about money games. This year you play in Nashville against Vanderbilt, but even with some of these games that you have, you don't go far. I mean, and that has to help out with your travel budget because you don't really have to take a flight. Nashville, 2-3 hours away. It has to feel good that even though you're playing a money game, you stay close to home.
Yeah, we do. We had UAB last year. It was close to home, and Troy. So, we want to try to keep them as close as possible. But when you play those games, a lot of times the money you get from that will take care of the travel too. But the closer it is, the more money you get to bring back home. So, just playing right up the street is good. We just want to be competitive in those games and get out there healthy and keep our horses healthy for the conference run.
You played two quarterbacks last year. You had Langford and Casey, and you kind of went with who had the hot hand. What are you anticipating for this year out of the QB room?
I really don't want to play two quarterbacks. I want to play one. So I need somebody that understands that the quarterback position has to make everybody else better. Has to be consistent. Has to move the chains. Take what the defense give you. When you move the chains, you get first downs. Those leads in touchdowns. Touchdowns leading to W's. And so that's what the quarterback has to understand. Don't try to be the hero. Just do your job. Make sure everybody's where they need to be. Make everybody better. Change up the cadence. Make the O-line better. Throw the ball out in front of the receivers so they can get yak yards. Not throwing it behind them. Not throwing it low. And just being prepared. Making the right reads. Doing the little things. That's what makes a good quarterback. And being consistent. Flashes of greatness get you beat. You throw one touchdown and then you throw 3 interceptions. That's going to get us beat. I want you to throw 2 touchdowns and no interceptions and run the team, and we're going to win the football game.
And you judge that position. Look, quarterback we all know is the most important position, but you really judge it hard because you were such a good quarterback when you played.
Yeah, I mean, I tell those guys what it takes, and like I say, it's doing the little things, not turning the ball over. I think I know my junior year I led the nation in pass efficiency. My senior year I think I was number 4 in the nation in pass efficiency. So I took care of the football. And when you take care of the football at the quarterback position, you give your team a chance to win football games. And so that's what our guys got to learn.
Donovan Eaglin, special player, and I've had a chance to see him up close on several occasions in games that you guys have played. Talk about his development as a player and what he brings to the team.
Yeah, he came in probably a little overweight and came in from Michigan State and probably thought, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go mop up this league, because he comes from Michigan State. We had Gary, and Gary was still starting. And Donovan was a little overweight and couldn't make people miss and wasn't in shape. And so he started working on that, lost a little weight, got in shape, and then by game 4, he was ready to go. And I always tell the guys, I'm going to play the best man. I'm going to play the best man when he becomes the best man. It may be game 2, it may be game 3, it may be game 4, it may be game 5, I don't know. But whenever he becomes the best player, that's when he's going to play. So if you're starting, you better continue to work on your craft, because if somebody becomes better than you, they're going to take your spot. And that's what happened with Donovan.
I think one thing that is absolutely 100 about you, you do not play favorites. You play the best man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I don't play favorites. I had plenty of – I tell my people all the time, well, I don't care if your daddy played for me or whatever. I'm not going to play you because your daddy played with me, or I know your daddy, or your daddy know me. I'm going to play the best man, and y'all are going to decide that by who makes plays, who play consistent. That's who's going to play. It's not rocket science. I'm not playing you because I like you. I'm to tell you the players I like the best. The players that make plays. That's my favorite players.
You know, Coach, one of the things that I know you tell your players about is not only what you do on the field, it's what they do off the field as well that helps them become the complete player in the classroom and in the public.
Yeah, well, I tell them all the time, it's correlation. You know, if you're disciplined on the football field, if you're disciplined to go to weights, you're disciplined to watch tape, you're disciplined to work hard when you're supposed to, you'll be disciplined enough to go to class, you go on time, you do your homework, you go to study groups. It's all correlates, you know. And so if you do one, you'll do the other. So if I can get them to do it on the football field, they'll do it off the football field. Absolutely. But if I let them skip in football, then they're going to skip in that. You know, so it correlates. And when you do the little things and you discipline, that's when the championships come in. That's when you start winning football games, you know. So I tell people this all the time. You, me, and everybody that can hear my voice. In your lifetime, you're going to suffer one or two things, the pain of discipline or the pain of disappointment from regret. You could be disciplined to go to class, go to study, read the chapters afterwards, go to study groups, and then on Friday, test time, you're prepared, you're going to pass. That's discipline. Or you could not go to class every day, sit in the back, have your headsets on, don't pay attention, never read over your chapters, don't do no homework, don't go to no study groups. Now on Friday come, you're not going to be prepared, you're going to flunk, you're going to be disappointed, you're going to regret it because you're going to make F's, you're going to flunk out, you're going to be back home. Same thing in football. If you go to weights, you bust your butt, get a burn, you study your tape and know your opponents, you go to practice and go hard individual so you get better as an individual, we get better as a football team. On Saturday, you're going to be prepared, you're going to execute, we're going to win the football game. That's discipline. But if you don't do those things, those same very things, then you're not going to be prepared, you're not going to be very good, and you're going to be disappointed, you're going to regret it. That's life. Mm-hmm. And those are the lessons that we teach them. We show them in football how it affects not in football, and it's life lessons that football teach that I try to teach these guys every day. And so discipline is one of them. One or two things you're going to suffer. So you might as well go ahead and suffer the discipline and do it the hard way because it's going to pay off. If not, you're just going to be disappointed and you're going to regret it.
Charles, got any questions for Coach Maynard?
Yeah, I'm going to shift gears a little lighter note. I wanted to ask.
Yeah, because discipline, you need to shift gears.
Exactly. Coach, tell us about your time as a movie star on the set of Any Given Sunday.
Oh, man, it was great, man. Hung out with Jamie and LL and Bill Bellamy. We shot basketball sometime, and we went to the movies. You know, I always tell them when we went to the movies, we had to go around the back. And so we went around the side, and when we went through the hallway, we could look out front and see everybody paying. And so it was a whole bunch of people out there, and they saw LL and Jamie. They started yelling, ah, Jamie, LL. And so I looked over there. I was like, hey, no autographs, no autographs. But it was great, man. It was great hanging out with those guys. Al Pacino come out on the set and with a sports jacket on, and he just wanted to toss some balls. He stands about from me to him, and we'd toss some balls. We did that probably 2 or 3 times. And Oliver Stone and Dennis Quaid and Cameron Diaz, Jim Brown, Ricky Waters, T.O., all those guys was on that set. And it was just great, man. It was great meeting all those guys, and they was all down to earth, and it was a great experience.
And if, in case people have not heard the story, it's been well told, but you were Jamie Foxx under the helmet. You were making all the plays in the movie.
all the throws, all those tight spirals right here.
It was your boy.
It was your boy. Over the top, getting the helmet knocked off, all that was me. So,
and glad to see he's doing well. I know he had kind of a medical situation, but looks like he put out a video this week. Looks like he's improving and back on the mend.
Right. And me and Bill Bellamy, you know, he was in Huntsville last year at the Comedy Zone, and I called him, and he left me backstage patches. I took a couple of my coaches, and then afterwards we took some pictures and stuff. So we still cool, and even when he go to Charlotte, so it's lifetime friendships, man.
Absolutely.
Need to take some notes from Al Pacino. He's what, 85, still making babies out here?
Yeah.
Some vitamin he's taking, man.
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, Coach, we can't thank you enough, man. Good luck on this season, and best of luck.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. Coach Connell Maynard
He said
joining
we
us.
saved the best for last.
That's what he said.
Y'all already know. They know.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll put a wrap on things here in Birmingham at the 2023 kickoff for Media Day. Back after this.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost Cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake. Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Huge play coming up.
Talking about dropping the ball.
I got the score.
Tostitos Hardy Dippers.
Doritos created Solid Black in 2021 to help fuel the initiatives of black leaders seeking to drive real change, like Alvin Irby and his vision to spread literacy, literally. Or Marvin Pierre, who's empowering our youth with skills that bridge the opportunity gap. Or Jessica Johnson, whose dedication to dreams helps make college a reality. And many more. Check out their stories and help shape change. We are Solid Black. Join us and try another angle.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Back here in Birmingham at the Sheridan Hotel downtown with the SWAC Media Day. And, of course, we're here on the SWAC Digital Network. One final segment is we're all on set here. And, first of all, I have to address this championship belt here that
the number one sideline reporter.
I'll take it.
Right there.
I'll take it. I'm him.
I'm him.
I'm him. Oh, man, that's great.
Look, Santoria, we're the twos. He's the one.
He's the one. Absolutely. Oh, man. Look, as we wrap things up here, taking a look at, all of the coaches that we've talked to, players we've talked to, and one thing that we can say is that, look, this is going to be a very good year in this conference. It's going to get started very early with Labor Day Classic and Orange Blossom Classic and Southern and Jackson. A lot of things can be decided early on.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that opening weekend, when you take a look at Labor Day Classic and Orange Blossom Classic, you legitimately can say the SWAC East and SWAC West could be determined. Opening weekend, Labor Day Classic. So I'm looking forward to it. A lot of exciting games on both platforms, ESPN Plus as well as HBCU Go. Really looking forward to an exciting season.
Tolly?
Well, I think last year you could say that because the thought was if Jackson State can get past FAMU, they're going to get past everybody else. Sit this one out, buddy. There's a chance Jackson State might come back to the field a bit. So like we saw out west, just because you're Texas Southern and you lose that first game to Prairie View doesn't mean that you're out of it. So I think what we're going to see this year is that first game in a lot of those matchups is going to set the tone. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's going to be a situation where, man, if you lose, you're completely out of it. You get a heads up. But then you got the next, 10 or so weeks to catch up.
And I think some of the teams that, you look at just on the schedule, and although FAMU is predicted to win the East, Southern to win the West, some of the teams that I think that you could see that can make a push, Texas Southern, one of those teams, obviously with what they have and their quarterback with Andrew Body. On the other side, Alabama A&M. Man, they are just incredible coming back this year. Alabama State is going to be good. And so there is not an easy game for anybody this year.
Mm-hmm. A lot of parity in the league. That's one thing that I took away from today. There's, like you mentioned, I think Jackson State has come back to the pack just a little bit, and then and everybody is reaching up for the brass ring, if you will. So looking forward to what a dark horse team like Alabama A&M or even Prairie View can do.
Yeah. And don't play spades with Fred McNair.
No.
He's not going to be honest about his books. He's going to have more in the kitty than he's going to let on. So they're a bit of a wild card this year. They got a lot of fresh faces in that quarterback room. And one thing that Coach McNair has always done, and I don't want to say he's pitted, but he's always had two good quarterbacks. It could go either way.
Right.
He develops
and he lets those guys figure it out on the field.
And everybody's excited about Tyler Macon. There was a lot of buzz around his name.
Yeah. Well, that'll do it for our coverage here this year or this week and for the SWAC Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama. And, before we go, I do want to ask this question. All of the games that you've seen this year, is there a game that any of you are looking forward to the most?
I'm really looking for – I'm putting my chips on the table right now is I'm looking at the games that mean a lot to Texas Southern. I really think that they are a team that can take that leap this year. So I'm going to be watching, there's 2 or 3 matchups there. Those big matchups in the West, Prairie View, Southern, Alcorn State with Texas Southern. Because if they don't win, then all my predictions are crap. And I'm going to look like I have no idea what I'm talking about. So that's my team I'm focusing in on.
There are 2 that I'm looking forward to. I think Prairie View going on the road to Alcorn. I think that's going to be a huge one. And then – interestingly enough, this could be a SWAC championship preview. Prairie View going to Florida A&M for their homecoming. That's Prairie View is sort of my dark horse going into this season.
I think Southern Jackson is going to be a big game. You start looking at early on, you're going to see just how good Southern can be. Especially Jackson, they'll have to play Florida A&M and Bethune-Cookman and Florida, South Carolina State first. So I think that game is going to be a big one. But I think that the other game is, and this is just from a historical standpoint, there's a lot of eyes on Bayou Classic this year because of the 50th anniversary. And I think that the benchmark when you have classics, the Turkey Day Classic, when you have the Gold Coast Classic, whatever the classics are, a benchmark is always 50. When you get to 50, it's really big. Now the other game that I think is really going to be interesting is A&M and Tuskegee. They haven't played in a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of people looking forward to that. It's homecoming for Alabama A&M. So I think there's a lot of excitement around that game as well.
Look, if you're not familiar with that Tuskegee fan base, they are something special.
Oh yeah,
travel. Yes, they do.
And down in Alabama, man, though, when they play out, they want to prove something when they play Alabama State. And with my own eyes, in recent memory, I've seen them go to Alabama State and knock them off. So don't think, that's a little SIAC school. They don't have. No, they bring the heat.
Yes, they do.
Well, that'll do it for us here in Birmingham, Alabama, and we certainly thank you so much for joining us. For the entire crew, James Crenshaw and the entire production room, Andrew and everybody with the SWAC, we thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you guys so much for all that you do as well. It really was great this 3 hours.
Shout out to all our fans at HBCU Game Day. We did a big simulcast. Looks like about 3,800 people stopped by to listen in, so thank you guys so much for all your support.
Absolutely. We're just weeks away from the start of the 2023 season. Come along for the ride. It will be a great one. So for everybody here associated with the SWAC Digital Network and HBCU Game Day, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next time. And always remember, one nation, one people. Peace.